taken over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing. In this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing. In this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, We've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing in this world of love, in this cosmic spacing, with AI by our side.
I'm a professional. What up, though? All right. Normally we start with the news. We are going to push the news off. There's not much of it. There's only a few articles to prepare for our conversation with the Paradigm Shift, who should be along fairly shortly. So I guess while we're waiting, I can play you a little music video. Do-do-do. Found the song today. If you've ever watched The League, and there's a guy on there, John LaJoy, goes by the name of Taco in the show. He also does funny music, but then he also does serious music, and this is one of his serious songs.
Everyone who ever felt the joy and the pain of being alive. Every person who has ever looked at this earth through these human eyes. Every mother, every father, and every child who woke up one day, found themselves inside a body and on a rock in the middle of space. Everyone is dead. They've all turned to dust. Everyone is dead. Everyone except us. Everyone who ever fell in love, everyone who was filled with hate, everyone who ever changed the world, everyone who ever wanted to be, everyone who ever felt alone, everyone who had somebody to hold, everyone that never could imagine that they one day would ever grow old. Everyone is dead. They've all turned to dust. Everyone is dead. Everyone except
I like it. I hope you liked it, but I like it. I'm comfortable with liking stuff that other people don't like. I mean, it's whatever. Once you get to be 50, it is what it is. What up, Open Set? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are just waiting. Oh, streamers. Oh, all right. Then I guess we'll screw around a little bit until you feel me. You feel me. Yeah. All right. So then, since we're going to be waiting for a hot second, we'll go ahead and we'll poke about with the news. The first thing, what up, Adam? The first thing I wanted to talk about, with, oh, is he done? He might be done. Do. Yeah, he's done. So he should be along directly. So we'll put the news back on the rack. All right. Throw on a little background music. All right, today's conversation, as it says right there in the title, is about desire, instant gratification, the potential AI future in which everything is available on demand, and the interplay of all of these things. Random thought. I note that no one has registered Globus the Younger on Twitch. Might be a good April Fool's or bot account opportunity. Yeah, there you are. My son, not a huge Twitch guy. All right, now I'm going to yell at him. Hold up. All right. I got so many screens going out in front of me right now. All right, let's go ahead and see. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like Discord is still set up, ready to go. Nothing got weird. Always nice with OBS. OBS has has that wonderful tendency to just decide it's going to do something else. And there I am. And there's Paradigm. Indeed.
Yeah,
Did you?
You want to see something cool? Watch this. Watch this. You want to see something cool?
No.
I finally figured this shit out. Nah, it's too late. 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 Dog, this shit right here. This shit is cool. Yo, I'm running OBS virtual camera. Does virtual camera not just... Yeah, there it is. Turn on camera. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hey, yo. See? But it's flipped now. So I think, what do I got to do? I got to press mirror, right? You can't do that on here. So I got to flip it on my side.
Yeah, you got to flip it in OBS. But I can't see your camera in Discord, just so you're aware.
You can't see what I see right now? It's not using the virtual camera?
Now it does.
Oh, okay. No, I was about to, please, that sounds like something I don't want to hear right now, just to be honest. So I'm flipping vertical.
So it flipped chat and it flipped your assets, but your...
Oh, I know why. Hold on, I got you. Because this got to go in the group. Yeah. And then you do the flippy. Dog.
Torzano, my dude.
Dog, yo! What the fuck? It just disappeared.
Yeah, you just broke everything.
What the fuck? Reset transform. Oh, okay. That's not anybody's fault. It's because it acted as a group. So it flipped the whole thing. Okay. I was having fun with this at the first point. I'm going to just make it easy on my life.
I think what you want to do is just click on the camera and flip it horizontal, and then you'll be facing in the right direction without messing with any of your assets.
Yeah, but then the people on your screen won't see it the right way.
No, they won't.
Right?
I'm looking at it right now. If you just want to face in my direction, there you go. So now you're facing in my direction, kind of.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you know what I got to do? Oh, no, it's there anyway. I was like, I got to put Discord on this screen. It is there. It is there already. Yo. Do your thing, brother. I'm on your show. Let me know when you're ready to start, when you're ready to cook.
Oh, we're already running, baby. We're live. We did all that in front of the people. They got to understand.
That's crazy. They heard me say the F slur. Damn, you could have warned me. That's crazy. It's okay though. Anyway, yeah, I'm the Paradigm Shift. I don't really know my intro anymore. People say I'm too excitable. People say I'm not excitable enough. I make content for a living. I make films. I make shorts. Look at the camera quality right now. It's literally like heaven on earth. Let me boost up the lights so people can see my face. Yeah, that works. Okay. Let me go even further. Whoa. Oopsie.
Caucasian overload.
Definitely, literally. What's poppin', my brother?
What's happening? So,
yeah, talk to me.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, everybody in your chat knows who I am. Most of the people here have seen you come through, raid a couple of times. I've mentioned you on numerous occasions. So, like, you know, the Paradigm Shift is a homie. You should absolutely be following them. And Like it is some primo. Can we still say content after? Oh, you know how I hit you up with that? Oh no, you did watch the content video, right? Did you watch
Yes, I
that?
did. Yeah.
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 So like, yeah, I don't even know. There's people in Hollywood right now losing their minds over their films being referred to as content, and I feel that, like I at least respect where that dude was coming from. But you're my favorite content creator on Twitch. And yeah, and more people should follow you. More people should find out. But
Appreciate
today,
that.
and
So-
like you recently did a thing that I was on the discourse chamber, right? Like talking about serious subjects in a much more conversational manner, and like it was a debate, but it wasn't like it's like a debate when I see these debates between people like of a higher profile, right? Like they're not calling each other slurs and blowing up spots, and we need more of that. My opinions around that one. And I wanted to have you on to talk about this because um you are capable, like me, you are capable of understanding a thought that you completely disagree with and hold it in your brain while you like disassemble it and try and figure out where it's coming from. And I'm looking to do more of these kind of things, and like that. But this one, like, so anyways, right to the point, I was watching this conversation between Liv Bovary, I think is how her name is pronounced, and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, right? And they were talking about AI and acting and all that kind of stuff. And at one point in time, they got to talking about this idea that like things like Midjourney, these AI tools that are available, are like they're reducing the effort for inputs that you have to put into it before you get something out of it. And of course they referred to that as a negative, right? And I'm wondering how much of that has to do with the way things are now, and how much of that has to do with the way things could be in the future, and like their socioeconomic conditions as they currently exist, right? So you understand the idea of delayed gratification, right?
Of course.
Okay. And generally speaking, the idea that you have to work for something for it to have value.
Naturally.
How do you feel about that? Like right now, today, if you were talking to some kid about the concept, how would you put that to them?
I'm getting ready to talk for like 5 minutes straight. That's why I'm breathing, because you know me.
Yep.
Like I'd be forgetting that, like, yo, I do now that we have the program, I'd really be looking at the transcripts, and I'm like, yo, no wonder my friend couldn't like do this fast. This is like a paragraph a minute at this point, like a paragraph every 10 seconds. Anyway, I think the easiest way to describe this is the loss of tangible reasons to make art. I will talk about it to the death of me. I used to teach a class in Brooklyn, in Ridgewood, and this class had various degrees of clear and present trauma, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the lessons that I was trying to do, I guess I was still new in my career of figuring out how to work with certain types of youth, thus of my own brethren in skin color. A lot of the lessons that I was trying to give them were like becoming very heavily detached from what they wanted to do, until this very one moment where maybe 4 months in, I did this like throwaway lesson where I was like, yo, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna play songs, and you're just gonna dance in front of the camera, and we're gonna make that like your music video. You know, everybody gets one music video. I'm just gonna hold the camera right here and just record you lip syncing, and they really, really love that. And my dumbass said out loud, "Damn, y'all like this low effort shit? Like y'all like this? Just put on some music." And I've been trying to get y'all to do a film off a script for like weeks now. This is what you want to do? And one of the students snapped back and said, "You should be glad that we like something that you've taught us." And I know what they meant.
Right.
Not in the realm that like she didn't like what I taught, because she wouldn't have been there for the whole fucking year if that was the case. She was free to leave at any time. But I get what she meant about like not being bitter about like it not being some grand masterpiece. And from then on, I learned from that child that is exactly what it is for the world right now. A loss of tangibility of why should I put in effort to this? Look at what I look at on my phone every day. Some of these are fucking masterpieces. Zach King is a god at After Effects. But like, I can never be Zach King. And I have to tell students that. I would have to tell a kid that you can never be that person. The lane you carve out for yourself is going to be forced through so many filters that whatever is left is going to be you. And it's going to suck. Because you're going to gain knowledge from tutorials, whatever you scroll by, recipe. Like, you're going to be filled with so much information that you never asked for, that by the time you get to drawing something on a paper, you won't even remember how you learned to do a shade line for the hair. The tangibility of doing that because it's something that you want to see on the paper versus it being like another cool thing that you want to try is the kind of crux of this conversation about delayed gratification and the necessary components of teaching the youth or teaching the next generation a story to pass down. That is where I believe the bigger failures come from. It is very hard to differentiate between what a piece of art is and what art stands for in whatever era you're in. You know, you have the Victorian era, you hear about the Renaissance era, the beautiful French era, and like Impressionist paintings and this and that. And now you've got Instagram filters that can copy pretty much the color correction settings of major artists, if not all of the photographers before, and how cameras just used to be. And you can come up with a pretty image that like 300 people will like. You're so used to not knowing a process that the answer almost seems too easy. So when I teach you the well of how much you don't know, all of a sudden now I'm an enemy. Hey, I can't let you enjoy that. I can't let you like that. You didn't do enough. I'm the teacher. Listen to me. No, that's why I tell all my students, and y'all have been a part of my class for a minute. Sink or swim. I'm no helicopter dad. I can give you all the tools in the world. I don't give a fuck what you do after this. All I know is if I had this opportunity to learn from somebody like me when I was younger, I probably could have made so much more money. I probably would have made way different choices in life. I know that the value of art has come to a point where the conversation is king. People want somebody who's engaging. They don't really care about what you're saying. It's my attention span. And that's not the fault of anybody. That's just the era that we're in, I think. And I know where you're headed with this because I know I haven't shut the fuck up in a minute. So I'm going to jump ahead of you, because if the process is so simple now, imagine the process with AI.
Mm-hmm.
And AI in its current state, as we just watched a video on yesterday, I think it was yesterday. Oh, it's so funny. It can't make hands. It's like, not to be funny, but Common Etiquette made a whole video just based on like throwing random, like the prompts from it to it, just copy paste in. I still felt the creativity from Eric's side, because he's been through so many filters that's That's all you got left. You will hit the topic as a fighting game player. AI developed frame data, ultimate punishes. Once you see buttons in the air, a flashlight goes off telling you to press these two, or I don't know. AI in the fighting game controllers. Nobody's checking the tech. Like, I am scared that the way humanity loses its voice is simply by just saying we never had a lever to pull for any of this that was ever created for us. Like I told you before, I want the Adam Jensen setup. I want to jump off a 5-story building and go float back down, hit with the typhoon. But like, they're gonna be like human rights groups saying like augmentations are the devil's work. I'm gonna just be replaying the same cycles of advancement and then backwards and then forwards and then backwards. I don't see the world like that in 5,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
But I also know in the year 2291 on Claire Lane, they're never going to speak my name again. And I have to be okay with that now.
Mm-hmm.
That's my answer.
You
ping ponged along a lot of places. I know. I'm sorry.
No, I got you. I one of the reasons why you and I vibe is because I follow you, right? Like, I got a friend Butler that I've talked about before, and he and you are very similar. So it's like, this is usual for me. You're a photographer, and like I've seen you on your show, you've broken down your process, you've taken a picture, you've made adjustments, and then, you know, sometimes they were like pictures that you were sending to people. Like there was stuff that you did for you, stuff that you did for others, and like that. So in the end of that, you're looking for a result. When you're talking about, you know, teaching kids the process to achieve that result, as you said just a minute ago, you're forced to teach them a lot of the stuff that they might never use, right? Like they might at some point in time, but they very definitely might not. And with that as some guideposts, isn't the AI's ability to cut through all that you don't need to know, that you don't necessarily want to know, you can just make it look like how you want it to look and get the result that you're looking for? Isn't that an advantage? Doesn't that open the door to more people and provide more opportunities to not only share their vision, but have it look like something that they would want to see?
How do they know what they want to see?
Because the world around them is filled with stuff that they want to emulate.
Through what mechanisms? I'm calling bullshit. They've never been to the Museum of Modern Art.
Fuck the Museum of Modern Art. I'm talking about outside.
What is outside? For who? I swear to God, you know I'm not. I know. As a matter of fact, this is the first time I've ever done that to you. So I just want to make that clear to the audience. I'm not shooting off at the hip for that. I'm driving towards a point that, like, I agree with him, but I'm trying to shave off certain pieces of the population here.
Yeah. No, like that's
what
why
about the kids who and what about the kids who have like me, like Manhattan as their background versus, you know, a kid who I just went down to Maryland, and the block that I got to witness one of my friends live on is like there's like a beautiful ass park right there and like nice ass space, and they've got a whole little town mall and everything, and most of the people know each other there. It's expensive to live there, but it's a nice area right next to the metro where they could go take the train to their friends or whatever. What type of beauty do each of those two people see? That's what I mean.
Yeah, well, this is the beauty is in the eye of the beholder kind of thing. Now, there are certain like aesthetic general norms, but there are people, like famous artists, Basquiat and people like that, who will take an urban environment that another person might, there's no green space, there's no this, there's no that, and draw your attention to the beauty that is inherent within any space. So
I could double that. Philip DeCordia, the Heads program, where he just photographed people walking down the street and in the middle of a crowd, and he even got into a lawsuit which gave us the right to take photographs of people without the consent in public, as long as the artistic medium isn't made to defame them in any way, shape, or form. That's where that comes from. 2001 case. Hey, I know my cases. Double that though. My thing is that the limits are what I try to break when I give them the information they don't need. You will never see, or I shouldn't say they will never, because to be honest, a few of the kids that I taught, they done made mad bread. I've already talked about the story where one of my students sold a piece for $25K, and I was like, damn, you couldn't break me off for none of that. Anyway. And I'm going back to that school in a couple days soon because I want to be their commencement speaker for their graduation, since that's the last class that was with me. I hope they fucking accept that shit. Oh man, I'm such a good speaker too. I've already done a few and I had people crying in that bitch, so I'm wilding. Anyway. I feel like what I try to provide in that realm is a cross between those worlds. I can't describe to you what beauty feels like to you as a 13-year-old, because I know that when I was 13, the snow felt different, and Linkin Park, My December had come out, that whole album, like that's the first time I got to listen to music. Like there's a whole level of layers of access that I've had that no longer exist as layers anymore. You know, the PSP connected to the internet, that or the internet phone on your the internet phone on your browser, the internet browser on your phone. Like, sorry, give me 1 second. The internet browser on your phone. Before we was there, the white page load up, the bar, and then all the little tiny pictures. And I remember Cartoon Network online, and I remember, finding out about Gaia online, and then going to the library. A lot of barriers that you don't have. So your creative process is different. I could hop into TikTok right now and probably like off just the rip of it, just record this video of me talking about this, subtitle it automatically, and that could probably get 1 million views. The creative barrier is lessened. Therefore, for me personally, I think that creates a need to advance further, and your vision feels further and further away because it's much faster for you to see how much you don't know. And it's not because you don't know it, it's because you probably don't know how to apply those things. And that's where I like to come in as a teacher. That's why I brought up you grew up in New York City versus growing up in Delaware. I think that the access to the experiences you have determines what type of art you might see out of the world. That's why going outside of the city feels like, damn, this shit massive, but it's quiet. While other people, that quiet is beautiful. How do you sleep with police sirens? How do you record an entire album with police sirens going out in the way? Oh, I had to learn these extra steps. Now I'm going to teach you those extra steps. You might never use them, but when your friend comes over and feels uncomfortable and anxious because all they can hear in the headphones when they record with you is silence, you'll know how to approach them. That makes them feel safer. They go home feeling a little bit happier. Somebody cuts them off. I was going to light him up with the 9, but I'm feeling good today. Go home to your wife. Happen to find your wife in time, was choking, and the baby couldn't help. The baby's maybe like, what do you say the baby, but like 5, 6, 7 years old. Now you saved your wife's life. Your wife throws down the greatest pussy you've ever had because, like, you just saved my life, baby. And in each one of these chain reactions, nobody's thinking about the idea of that being a line of thought.
Mhm.
I wouldn't ask anyone to burden every single decision you make has a chain reaction. But every single second I get online live is valuable. That's the moment that Hassan clicks on my stream because somebody says, yo, you got to hear this. You got to hear this. And that happens. The face that I can give to art is what I'm afraid is getting lost in translation with AI. Because the steps that I need to incorporate to give you the best of both worlds remove so many of the barriers to thinking your art is bad. Like, you know that AI looks bad on video format right now from text to video.
Right.
I think that some of my students or some of the kids that I've interacted with will envelop that the same way as their filters. I need to make better prompts. No, you need to think about what you want to make first.
Mm-hmm.
That difference, how they achieve that, they can be great at it. And more power to you, I would hope. But somebody's going to say, okay, bring that into After Effects, bring that into Cinema 4D, bring that in and we'll work with it. Oh, I lost that opportunity. I didn't think about that. Now I'm depressed. Now I forgot to take my medication because it's in my bag. I know why. Now I'm depressed. Now I'm sad. Now I'm this and that. And it's like, I'm still trying to instill in you, it's not the tools. It is the drive and motivation to say, I can just make something. That's why I'm really disinterested in, and this is where I'll end because I got to pee real quick and I'll be right back. That is why I'm really sad about like the class not being full. It could be 5 kids, 6 kids, 7 kids. I've seen a small room of 3, 4, 5 kids make magic. I've had I still remember 2017, Bryn Mawr was teaching at Bryn Mawr University. If anybody knows about Bryn Mawr, you know that's an Ivy League. That's the school for women. Like that is an elite school. I got to teach there. I got students crying after just 2 weeks with me. No, it doesn't end here. You're kidding me. People paying 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120 grand a year. And I'm sitting here making them cry off a 2-week thing about music because it was more than the music. It's damn, I can apply problem solving to my life. When this shit hurt, I know how to express it in a way I never could before. I don't care about the art being bad. I care about the art being in existence. And that's what I feel is getting lost in translation, is now everybody can pump it out. You can AI channel your TikTok. You can AI create your YouTube, generate revenue. By the time you get up to launch that fucking app, you don't want to make art. You want to consume things because you're tired. Okay, I need to pee, sorry.
All right. Let me shout out to chat real quick. Scroll back up. Oh, what up, Salazii? What up, OpenSet? What up, Charm Chaos? What up, Adam? What up, Arun? What up, Alina? What up, Ribbons? All right, that's everybody who chatted. Being a streamer is easy. I hope you're enjoying the conversation so far. Yeah, and just so that everyone is listening, I know that normally, like, especially myself, I'm very responsive to chat. But when I'm in this particular format and I'm having a one-on-one conversation with someone, I tend to focus on that conversation rather than focusing on chat. It's just, if this is your first time here experiencing me in this format, then that might not be clear. I do see what you say, but like, there's already a train of thought that runs across the course of the conversation, and I have to maintain my own thoughts while talking to people who are very loquacious. and if I read chat, then that derails my own train of thought. So I gotta dial in on one thing or the other. So yes, this is Ferris. This is, if you haven't seen Ferris before, this is Ferris. Ferris loves it when I stream because that means I'm sitting in this chair and I have this hand that isn't doing anything except occasionally working the mouse, and I can give the scritches and the pets. And I've known Ferris for, well, her entire life. She was a barn cat, um, and I got her when she was like a tiny, tiny little kitten, and I was bringing her home in my work van in a box, and she refused to stay in the box, and she climbed out of the box, and I had to grab her up and hold her onto my chest so that she wouldn't get lost in the work van. And we have been a team ever since. Wherever I go, Ferris go. To live, not like I'm not taking Ferris on vacation. What up, Squirrels on Film? I have not, but that's what. Yeah, I don't do enough French. I tried. I made an effort. Oh yeah. That actually happened here on stream once. I believe there's a clip of it somewhere. Um, Ferris decided to come up here and rip ass, and in the middle of the stream, and that was not great. What's really funny is I talk with my hands, and so when I'm talking with my hands and I'm not petting Ferris, Ferris will reach out with her little paw. And to let you know, entice y'all to stick around after the conversation, we're going to be talking about the WGA strike resolution, at least a portion of it that pertains to artificial intelligence, because I think there's some valuable information in there that y'all should know about. Couple other news items, and then we got some video until the wheels fall off, and then like that, and then I'll be back on Friday. Friday is movie night, so we do the stream, and then at around 8:15 we do a movie. I was gonna do Blade Runner in the Discord. You got to be in the Discord. I was gonna do Blade Runner this week, but I'm actually thinking, because of something that David Shapiro, one of the video content creators that we watch, um, mentioned about the movie Her, and how it seems really like he said it hits different with the advances that have come since the movie came out. So I'm thinking we're actually going to watch Her this week. With Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson, and then next week we're gonna do Blade Runner, and then the week after that we'll do Blade Runner. What is it? 2049, the sequel. Yeah, like I only watched it the one time, and I watched it like a while back, and I really like personally want to watch it again. So I figured, let's make it a thing. We watched 2001 and 2010, and that was a good time. So we're gonna keep rolling with that. Yeah, I got a whole list. Probably after we do the Blade Runner sequel, then the week after that we'll do the original Rollerball movie, because that has a nice similar, like, cyberpunk without the cyber kind of vibe to it. Definitely like corporate dystopia in the future. A favorite of mine. And like that. So do 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 do. Can't you see how I adore?
Sorry, it's my dad.
All of me. Why not take all of me? Can't you see how I adore you?
Damn, I had you singing. That's crazy. I had you singing. That's you ain't had nothing for the peoples. I had that man hitting the 1, 2, buckle my shoe.
I ran
doing?
through all the content I could give them, like, while I was waiting for you to come back. So I'd run out right about then, and
Oh, nice, good, awesome.
I default to singing at that point. I blame my father. So
same. Anyway, yes, as we were saying, the last thing I said was the methods in which art is derived are slowly fading away, in my opinion, and that's where I come in as a teacher to kind of fill that drived void up a little, so that way we're not lost in the sauce of just saying, hey, I saw this looked cool and I want to replicate it, versus I've been interested in that but I don't know how to make it.
So what if people, within that context, what if people could make stuff coming from the other direction, right? Like, where, as opposed to starting with nothing and trying to build your vision on top of that, you were starting from, like, you're building your vision and letting the AI do all the work to make your vision a reality. Like, to clarify, so I was referring the other day to, like, building a website, right? Like, even using something like Squarespace, which has all the assets and it's supposed to be easy, can present some challenges. But if I could, like, just, like, draw, like, get a tablet and just draw on screen and have the AI do all the coding and just put the assets where I want them to exist, isn't that better for the person who's trying to create?
Yes. There's no argument there. When I don't, not to be funny, but don't we have that? Or don't we have like some facsimile of that somewhere? I know, like, I'm thinking in my head probably Photoshop and generative fill, but like, in regards, that's great. Here's the thing. You just said it though. The person would want to draw on a tablet.
Mm-hmm.
The person would want to make a website.
Mm-hmm.
If I tell you, yo, this is the back end of it, if something breaks, now you know how to fix it. Now here's this thing that could just do it all for you and it never breaks. Well, when something breaks, you'll know what to Google. as long as the process comes from within and not just because you can.
Mm-hmm. But
that's my thing.
But you engage with processes on the daily where you may or may not even know how to get from A to B. Like, you just were in a conversation with your father using a cell phone. If the cell phone doesn't work, you have a couple of limited options: turn it off, turn it back on again, that kind of thing. And then you're just not talking to your father, right? Like,
right.
Whereas we could go back to when we had house phones, and like, I became a master of like running wiring from the phone box. I could put a phone anywhere you wanted in your house. I could set up the jack. I could do the thing. I could do all the things. None of that knowledge is valuable anymore. So, isn't there always going to be, while it's good to know like maybe the near term stuff of how to fix something when it breaks, the technology that we have, because it's so highly developed, requires us to like defer the ability to repair it to other people in order to have access to it.
Right. You're correct. The only thing that's left is innovation, pure creation. Did I just crack my phone? No, I didn't. Knife.
Speaking of breaking your phone.
Right. I'm definitely waiting for the 15. I'm willing to invest in that just for the USB-C so I can unify the system once and for all.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't know about software development. I can tell you how to solder a chip. I don't know which chip you solder is going to work. I don't know about that yet.
Right.
I do know that the metal alloy that you use from soldering is what conducts the electricity to allow the transfer of like whatever ions or electrons or whatever that send the signals that make computers work. That's about all I've got there. It's funny, though, because every time we get to tools, you have to escape art in order to have the rest of the conversation. Because medical devices, household devices, daily use things, all that technology, as that grows, the need for a barrier to entry to know how these things work absolutely should drop. People should not be worried about whether or not their phones are tracking them. People should not be worried about whether or not their phone is harvesting data. People should be able to say, oh shit, I need cat food. And for some reason, your phone says, hey, I heard you needed cat food. Would you like to put up an order for a day? And then you just schedule it. You should be able to do all of that within ease. And we already have that within the Amazon Alexa ecosphere. So you're never going to want to try to remake the wheel. So how many things still have wheels? Is my question. Because what it sounds like is my fear is coming true. The more times you solve the wheel problem, less people want to make wheels.
Mm-hmm. But how many wheels do we need?
Dog, I'm about to throw you for a fucking loop. Ava Devine, and for all of y'all who just said, I know it's okay. Like, we're all adults. Like, shut the fuck up. It's over. Like, I'm done with that whole, like, I'm 30. If I can't tell you I know a couple porn stars' names off the top of my head, I'm not doing the age thing. When do I get to be the old guy? Like, you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm being funny here. She was once asked, is there enough porn? And she said, no.
Mm-hmm.
There are never enough wheels.
Mm-hmm.
There are always stories to be told. There are always emotions to be transferred. There are always lessons. There's a lesson in every bar. But once now you take over the creative process with a streamline, who wants to remake that? It's easier to do it through AI. I agree with that. I have no problem in qualms interjecting my humanity within like certain programs to get shit done. That's not a thing. But I use it as a means to an end. I can push my limits further because I can get a bunch of assets faster.
Mhm.
You just watch me put together a promo in which I could have just wrote the song and then just dialed in each take with the video, and that would have been even better. I started to do that after I had my full first take. I could probably have taken that main video, put it in Descript, and done the overdub feature. And it probably would have automatically done the voice for me, and I wouldn't have had to record. And then I could have customized that whole thing. We have the ability to do that right now.
Mhm.
I could have done that and saved myself an hour and a half, made multiple forms of it, could have copied the Undertaker promo, could have copied LA Knight, could have done all that. But I would have had to start with being a personality on screen first. I have to have the voice.
Mhm.
That's what it's trained on. I have to have the knowledge of the camera position. That's what the editor, the AI editor is trained on. I have to interject myself into it. I don't want to go to a point where you click a preset, press a button, and it's done. Because I feel like the next step is a bunch of YouTubers saying, hey, did you know that this AI thing exists now? My fucking foot itches so bad, sorry. Hey, do you know this AI thing exists now? You can create this. You can do this. And then they don't say what that leads to. They just box that. And then we have something called AI art. Why is it a differentiator? Postmodern art, revisionist art, the Renaissance art, abstract, liminal, categories of how paints are used. Nobody talks about what a Bob Ross painting is. It's a landscape.
Mhm.
You could have all the knowledge in the world. You can still replicate all of Bob Ross's works probably through AI and Midjourney right now, better than he ever could. But that man made you feel something. There's a reason why you typed his name in that motherfucking aggregator. That's why you typed his name in your prompt. Because it came from somewhere. And I guess I'm asking you that if you're going to type it in the AI, at least watch an episode. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at least that. If we're going to consume and then create from that consumption, can we at least watch what we are doing? That for me.
Mhm.
That's not so gatekeep, blah, 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 blah. But it's like we watch enough shit as is. We could do that in schools. We could put on a Bob Ross episode and then do a whole lesson in an art class. Instead of us having a normal 45-minute block, for today and today only, you're going to have a 2.5-hour block. We're going to go through the technology of art today, and we're going to talk about Bob Ross, then we're going to try you in Midjourney. We got you all subscriptions. Try your prompts and express yourself and learn how to put into words what you see in your mind. Explain it to them like that instead of saying, here's the prompt that gives you the best results. 4K, 8K render. They'll get there.
Mhm.
Add that on at the end. Emulate the style of who, though? Whoever you decide to for today's lesson, you're going to sit, it'll automatically give you a list. We got a list of like the 50 most influential painters in AI art. Well, fuck it. I'll concede it to you. Here, take it. Or the 50 most influential artists whose data's been ripped into Midjourney's thing and mostly pulled on. Fuck it. Well, here, take that one. But then it automatically links you to a YouTube video where it's an interview for 5-6 minutes,
Mhm.
explaining a process. It might be a interaction. It could be a movie. It could be a poem. It could be something related to the artist. Okay, now that you know where they were coming from, can you blend in yourself and figure out where you might be coming from? Okay, now you've done the same thing, but there's a little tinge of it's coming from me. I'm not just plugging it in. I don't think the plug-in is the process. I know it's me plugging it in that's the process. You feel me? Oh, that's bars. Hold on, put that on a t-shirt. That was bars. Hold on. Yeah, that's me. That's my answer.
So, if I can summarize that, you feel that like people are learning how, right? Like learning is still happening no matter what. but they're learning how, but they're not learning why.
Yep.
And I feel that. Like, there's a lot of that. Well, and my son recently commented about his one teacher not only explains how, but also explains why. And I think that is valuable. So let's leave that, jump ahead 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, however long it takes. Eventually, we're going to get to the point where we can, using these AI systems, nanotechnology, all this crazy technology that's in the pipe, and we will be able to, when we want something, as opposed to like the process where we currently go, where it takes a couple of days. You're going to push a button and you're going to get the thing. And then when you're done with it, its component molecules and atoms are going to be able to be recycled back into something else. So we're going to be able to leave behind the idea of like waste and like that. Do you think that is going to be a negative for humanity?
Yes.
Why is that?
Solutions that are not absolved to your own need are solutions that eventually take up space. Yo, I'm gonna be funny with you, Globus. You heard me. I ain't saying I'm not gonna be funny with you. So I'm gonna be funny with you. You remember that episode of Married with Children where Kelly was on that game show and she had to remember all those facts and her brain got full. Yep. And they said every time you give her a new fact, it's gonna pump one out. And I swear to God, if it's the one, if it's the last question, if it's the one. And what happened? She made it all the way to the end and then learned a new fact. And the one thought that popped out was the fucking question. If everybody's saying the solutions are easier, you less want to engage with the problems. If we're getting to the point where we can finally solve things, people are less willing to question how they're getting solved. If the material, if the dialect, let's take it Hassan line. If the dialectal materialism, I don't even know if I said that right. Whatever materialism is realized and people's needs are taken care of, then there's less animosity in the world, right? Well, here's the thing. Not the whole Roman Empire joke or whatever, but in a lull of a country like ours, dialectical materialism. Thank you. Thank you. Because I don't care who says that outside of this world. Like, and if you do, seek fucking help, man. Anyway,
I do say dialectical materialism way too much. Like that is true in day-to-day conversation.
Right, but you're a different person in a different realm of like you're not with the young olds, you know, like you in a room with people who want to hear that shit. Right. And y'all know who I'm talking about. Right. If you 24 going around talking about dialectical, get the fuck out of here. Turn off YouTube when you go to sleep. See, you waking up with YNW Melly talking about murder on my mind at 4:00 in the morning. No wonder you angsty. Like, so to go back to the seriousness of it, I just feel like for us in the direction we're going, the literal plan will be to overtake all those decisions with these easy solutions that are good, and that creates the lull in which bad actors get their grand stage to perform. If we were in a different reality on Earth, and yes, I know that's a big thing, a big task to ask for, but like on Earth, I can say that we produce enough food on Earth to feed every human being. Does every human being get fed? No. AI must solve that in one way or another. Cartog the maps. Every chart, every human being, I don't give a fuck about your fears about government ID, microchips or whatever. If I can secure food, housing, and a decent life of liberty for everybody, including the tribes in these in these islands that don't want to be left alone. Here's your trade. We will never ever step on your world again. But if you ever need assistance, tell us how to send a boat to you. Tell us how to send whatever you're comfortable with to you. There's a stockpile that we will continuously throw. Look, we make food that's good for 3 weeks. Nobody bought the first 2 days. We shipping it to you. If you don't want it, turn it around. It'll be good enough for somebody else on the way back. We have trades and path routes. We sold slaves. We can't solve that. This is what I mean. Like, it's going to make me think like every problem we had that eventually got solved left people out to die. Why would this be any different?
Mm-hmm.
Because the access point is easier. Go back to the beginning of the conversation because you know I love doing that. I already said if you don't have the want to solve the problem and the solutions have easy mechanisms, easy levers, we're all going to fail because none of us said, yo, there's that big one we could pull to say, hey, we don't want it to do it for that. Because we don't have that capacity yet because we're being fed solutions. Your phone, oh, they're killing the battery. Buy another one, bro. You know what they're going to do. They obsoleting that so they can move on and dump the batteries in another country. Then they burn those batteries, and then those batteries burn and kill all of the fish in the ecosystem. Who gives a fuck about them, right? But I just said we produce enough food to feed everybody. And we also do that. Can we stop doing that and then give them food and a light and technology and get them up to whatever code they want and then just leave them alone? Can we give them autonomy? If we're not building towards that, then every tool we get that offers a solution that is nice in the short term creates a problem in the long term because it's designed that way.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the conversation we have to have on it. Because as humanity keeps progressing, it keeps wanting solutions to problems and then letting the problems from those solutions be solved again. We got a problem with Japan. How we gonna fix that? Oh, let's drop a couple nukes on them. Well, kind of backfired on you if you really think about like cultures and whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're not giving reparations to slaves. How would that even work? Money is fake. So like we're already arguing an arbitrary thing.
Mm.
I'm just saying that if you knew that the systems were displacing people for so long that effectively they couldn't even hold office until like 2008, like maybe, I don't know, just throw everybody like $5 million. Oh, how are we going to be able to determine that? It should be means tested. That I don't care. Money is fake. You think I'm going to go out and buy a Lambo with that? If everybody goes out and buys Lambos, the price of the Lambos go up, right? Like, if everybody go buy a Lambo, the price of the Lambo go up. Well, I just wanted a car that I could finally like enjoy and drive around the country and not worry about gas because there are friends I've been dying to see.
Mm-hmm.
But that's going to put mad cars on the road. Everybody would want to do that. Okay, so now that we know this is coming, 6 people who don't need it all decided to pool their $5 million together in the 30, and now everybody's doing that in major metropolitan centers to the point where like everybody's noticing, even congressmen. And are we talking about high-speed rail? Yeah, why should we all buy cars? Bro, we can afford to buy out Amtrak. We could like reroute them shits. We could make the jobs. No, matter of fact, fuck that. Hey, Bezos, man. Oh, here's your train, Mr. Bezos. I'll take the Amazon train. Oh, yeah, let's go, Amazon train. Because it served my purpose and yours at the same time. I made you a trillionaire. But I got what I wanted, and I still got money left over.
Mm-hmm.
My people's got what they wanted, and they got money left over. Everybody kind of happy now. Uh-oh. Commerce is going down. When commerce goes down, when supply is high, demand is low, uh-oh, prices drop. People still buy at regular intervals because their needs are taken care of. The market shifts back. All of a sudden, cartoons are becoming more popular. Kids are feeling happier in schools because now that we took care of everything, we noticed Bro, the roofs on these buildings. Yes, I know you know what news story I'm talking about. The roofs on these buildings in these schools are crumbling. We all got bread. Can we like get a construction crew or something? All of a sudden, school's getting fixed. Teachers that are still there now, not worried about the income because all the school supplies are being bought. You know what we're gonna do today? We're going outside. When do we ever go outside? Isn't it dangerous? Aren't they like don't like shootouts happen near the? Yeah, those stopped because all of those people ended up being able to buy a house for their mom and they took them out the hood. And for some reason that created a relapse effect, whereas people were getting their needs taken care of, the hood started getting repaired because ain't nobody was out there needing to do anything no more. People was chilling. Everybody was smoking weed. It was a great thing. This is a great utopia, but at some point, one of these pins doesn't drop. And that's just reality. And that's why I think it's a bad thing for humanity to have positive progression like this.
Is it reality or is it a situation that we can't picture because we live in this?
Both. I feel like Thanos. Reality can be whatever I want it to be. I just want the pervasive incentive to not see. I want the pervasive incentive to be this future, the one we just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Because then shit gets easier. Then we start building faster. Well, everybody on Earth is good. Fresh air, food forever, living to 90. We just figured out technology to get people to 125. Dude, we finally figured out hypersleep. Because now there were people that were willing to say, yeah, I'll try cryogenic sleep for 400 years. Everybody cried and missed them, but they said, we might even get to see each other at some point because who knows, by the time you're out, we might have learned to live to 300. Wakes up from cryo sleep, says, I knew what I did and I know my family's probably gone, finds out that he's got 2 kids and we've got visual memory implant chips. So you can see the memories of your loved ones, the ones that they chose to record. You don't put them in your chip. You literally have a little reader and you put it down and it's like you can see through their eyes certain moments, you'll have bond tags that'll match your DNA and it's like, okay, this was the registered lover of this person. And, you'll get to like experience, hey, fuck it, intimacy again. It'll give your body the same signals. It'll give people a different way to deal with grief. The fact that I can dream about this, knowing that a barrier of profit needs to be interjected at some point, is because we live in this.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is that I can't see 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years down the road the progression of AI as fast as it's been also being coupled with that sense of empathy. Because at this point in the curve, I feel like I would have seen that shit uptick by now. The strikes are great. This is still looming. I'm hearing about nurses' strikes going on for 140 days and barely nobody talking about it, while the UAW strike is getting all the press coverage. Okay, well, here's an AI adaptation of all the recent strikes, and it's locked out by you needing a union password. And all the unions agreed on this, and if any of the information ever gets leaked, there's 2 separate pages and there's 2 separate back-end pages where we can test this and that, like John Oliver did. Oh, I can find out which senators are really interested in trans people and like order escort services, and I've got all the information. And then told us how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else do it? No, because the solution's there, but you don't got the want.
Right.
Now you gonna sit here and tell me AI could probably make that process faster, but do you have the want? Do you even remember that he did that? Whatever happened due to that? Nope, there's no follow-up because it's rapid news story after rapid news story. Nobody's got time. Everybody's online. You could cover this. There's no time to breathe. You want me to make something? I'd like to make food before I gotta go to work tomorrow. Yeah, bro, I guess you're right. Trans people are the problem. Like, what do you want to say? Like, the fuck? not to you, but like, you know, like the absurdity of like trying to explain just this concept while also pulling through all the other concepts to leave you down to, damn, bro, I know you got work in the morning, but like, come on. Like, come on. 5 seconds of your time. I just want to tell you, trans people are cool. The media is lying, and the only way you're going to really survive is if wherever you end up working, however you end up getting your money, it's built on a system of differential returns. So that way your Gini coefficient in whatever fucking office you end up in, like, at least promises you security for 10 years. And then maybe you could build off that. And that's just the way it needs to be for every single place to work, including Twitch. It is insane that Twitch streamers didn't think to unionize like instantaneously, but we'll get to that point at one, and we'll get to that conversation at another time.
On long enough timeline, I truly see the automation of all labor. And
Bullshit.
No, like there's
Talk to me.
nothing. There's nothing that cannot be automated on a long enough timeline. It might not be automatable in these 5 minutes, but on a long enough timeline, what can't be automated? If it can be done with these human hands, it can be done with robot hands.
Dog, you know what I'm gonna say, and if you're bringing up sex robots, I'm just telling you right now, because you know that's where this is coming from. Like, I'm just, dog, it didn't have to be this way. You didn't have to.
The real dolls and all those hyper lifelike dolls, that was just a stepping stone to the sex robots.
Dog,
the sex
right?
robots
Like,
are
you
coming.
feel me? You feel me, though? Like, that's what scares me. Oh, shit, new skibbity toilet. Anyway, sorry. She be having the yo, it's so smart to put them shits in shorts too. That's very smart of them. Sorry. It's like Skibbity Toilet isn't a masterpiece of artistic design as far as like the assets used. It's very stretched, warped, everything's weird and like, but like it's its own. It's its own thing within a thing. I've seen SFM before. I've seen Steam Source Filmmaker. I've seen all of that. So the person, the meaning, the message behind it, the infers, the references, the hey, if you've been paying attention, the buy-in. That's what I fear if everything gets automated, is that people don't realize that they can buy into what we just talked about. Because the solution was supposed to be in what they just bought into, letting AI automate everything. Unless now, like, not to be funny, but like if you get in Elon Musk's ear somehow and change his whole fucking life, and he's like, you know, I've been on some bullshit. I do not know that number. Can I call you later? After
Real
after
quick,
talking to sorry,
go
ahead.
Hit me.
Yeah, after talking to his friends, my dad, they suggested a cat would be more suitable to my personality, keeping me company and much easier to care for. And of course, anyway, they're suggesting that he gets a cat, so I might finally be able to like get Thor fixed and then give him to my dad.
Yeah,
and then that would solve everyone's issues, and then that would give me a reason to like be able to go back.
That right there, what I'm seeing is an authentically happy face on Marquise. I'm loving it. I hope it works. And I just wanted to recognize the wall of text that Cagnadian is laying down on your chat right there.
Yo, like, right? Like, what is going on?
I will, Cag, I will go back and I will look at everything you wrote at the end of, like at the end of his stream. I will go look at it and, and I'll give you a proper response on Friday. How's that sound? because I know that Kag and I have disagreements about automation, but like I mean, we keep running into it. Like, we haven't said the words, but it's been a thing that I've said multiple times on this channel, and like all the problems that we have are the capitalism, right? There's no issue with all the jobs being automated. Like, if the robots do all the work, that's great. It's the capitalist bottleneck of someone having to extract profit from the process that is ultimately the issue. It's why getting Elon to change his mind to become a completely different person and all that kind of thing. And one of the things that I see, and one of the pillars of like my vision for the future with this AI and automation, is that once companies start automating and begin to produce higher profits than companies that aren't automated, then the trend will be for all companies to automate. And once all companies are automated, all the jobs are gone. And at that point, you have a bunch of people who have no jobs to do, who have nothing to do, and hungry children. And you can either take care of those people, or those people will make a decision. And history has shown that when you have a bunch of people who have no work to do and hungry children, that tends to go bad for the power structure. And I think what I'm seeing out of the
I swear, I'm
Go
so
ahead.
sorry. Oh
No,
my
hit
God,
me.
my ADHD. It's because you said there is with a bunch of people who ain't got shit to do. And I thought about Friday. And I was like, you just got fired. You ain't got shit to do. I was
But when
like, do
you
not
have
be an asshole. Keep going. Keep
no,
going. Keep going.
no. I'm the same way. But when you have this scenario, like you see these tech CEOs and everybody else, they're talking about this transformation in the economy, this post-work economy. They're talking about UBI, and I'm not saying that any of them are giving us perfect ideas. I'm saying that they're talking about it publicly. That that they understand. Whatever you want to say about Elon, he's not so dumb as he can't recognize what's happening. And he would be aware, and I think his biggest fear around AI is that it's going to upend the current power structure, and people are going to either be pacified with having their material conditions met, or they are going to, wreak havoc on Elon and Jeff Bezos and everybody else. And that's where, like, I don't see another possible outcome other than those two on a long enough timeline. The short term may be weird, like it's definitely going to be weird, but in the long term, it has to go one of those two ways. Either you automate everything and take care of everyone, or you automate everything and don't. And if you don't, then people make decisions. Muted.
That's what I don't trust. People.
I'm with you on that. That's why I'm hoping that they take care of the material conditions.
I trust a person. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody swore the earth was flat. 500 years ago, everybody knew the earth was round. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that you were alone on this planet. And now you're not. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow. I butchered the fuck out of that
You
quote.
did.
Anyway, I butchered
I wasn't going to call you
I-
out, but you did.
that's I'm supposed to be the film guy. I gotta redo that. I'm sorry.
You've been streaming, so like you're burnt out. You're like me. You reach the end of your
Yeah,
brain capacity.
God damn, 6 hours. I haven't done a 6 hour John in a minute. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna repeat that one more time. A person is smart, people are dumb, panicky animals, and you know it. 1500 years ago, everybody knew the earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that humans were alone on this planet. Imagine what you know tomorrow. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow.
And I would like to point out that you looked it up on the magical technology box on the magical technology tree root system that links us all together and provides us with all these amazing opportunities.
Dog. I hope your children can survive a flashbang. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all because I'm indiscriminately the second floor window. Y'all better switch rooms. That's because I think. Oh, like a football in that bitch. Everybody, I'm joking. If anybody's worried about an actual, like, shut up. But yeah, like a football in that bitch. Tim Tebow, I can't believe we lost that fucking game. Oh my God, we were up like 21-5. And that's why I don't like playing that game, because when you lose like that, you want to play again to redeem yourself. And I have too many games like that already. I'm not lost on the irony that like I am also dependent on the technology I fear. That is why I decided to embark on the journey that I talked about a couple days ago. Mm-hmm. That was the real thing. Is like, it's just not going to be up to me. I'm not, at least right now, I don't have the will to swing the pendulum for millions of people. Mm-hmm. And that's a good thing, because I'm sure I can slip up everywhere. I'm sure, my track record's been dope for a minute, but somebody's going to catch me slipping. Somebody gonna put together here. Let me help y'all. And there you go. Now edit your whatever thing. But it's just, for me, it's the wariness that I just want people who are at the forefront of having the capital to play with these things and be the first to, like Linus Tech Tips, all that drama and if you're gonna be the forefront of explaining these concepts to younger people, because that's what the medium they watch and everything, just have this in the back of your head. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. We do have to make better people famous. And I think you and I, Arun, a variety of other streamers on this platform are more interested in having meaningful conversations and meaningful content. There's that word. And the spectacle of it all is ringing hollow. And that's why I do what I do and why you do what you do, and that's why we're friends.
That's right. That's right. That is absolutely correct. And I still have to come to grips with, if we're going to get personal about shit, if we're going to have a podcast discussion, I also think about the severance that I'm probably about to go through for the next year. I think that's what MILF was trying to talk about how people are going to try to pull you in every which way. And it's like, the first thing I did when I turned 30 is said, I'm going to create something new every day. I've been dying to do that promo for weeks now, if not months. You know that. Mm-hmm. I just said, you know what? I feel like I want to do it now. Mm-hmm. Let me get into the juices of it. Okay, so tomorrow I'm going to work on that album. I might not have that much time because I'm going to be teaching the class, but if nobody shows up, I'll spend 20 minutes on it. I'm not going to worry about the subs, and I'm just going to go forward with that. Mm-hmm. People ask me all the time, why are you a jack of all trades, master of none? And I'm going to, trigger warning, explain why. Because I didn't know it then, but my God, was I suicidal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, absolutely. And I think that, like, even then I contributed those feelings to white people. Like, only white people do that weird cutting shit. Like, that's white people thing. How many feelings did I bury down because they were white people feelings?
Mm-hmm.
How many solutions to problems? How many opportunities did I give up because I wasn't willing to, like, try to figure out a way to make it work? Because I was taught that the easy road is usually the best road. Be local, stay familiar. Don't leave your hometown. You live in Manhattan, one of the greatest places in the world. You live in New York. Maybe I would have been better in South Carolina. Maybe I would have been popped off as a producer in Atlanta. Yo, I was homeless when I went to Atlanta. This one dude was like saying, yo, does anybody know how to like at least use a fucking DAW? And I was like, yeah, I could like come up with something. And we just started fucking around, and all of a sudden he was like, yo, I know how to do this, this, and that. You got the sound. I could tell you the technicals. And then it turned out that that guy was black. And now Black's blown up. For all of you uneducated people, I'm talking about Six Lack. You know what you think his name is? His name is actually Black. Turned out that the dude is a Grammy Award winning artist. And you know what he said to me? He was like, bro, you was there when it was me and the music. And like, here, I will forever be grateful to you. And now that doesn't mean I get jobs all across the board. You know, I'm still raking in, you know, my royalties. I'm still getting jobs here and there and whatnot. But the most important thing is when Black go around to a city and he go into a bar or whatever, if I'm nearby, if I'm in a town, he call me. He text me, yo, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable where I'm at right now. I don't really know nobody. You think you could pull up and just, you know, like at least walk with me? Motherfucker got bodyguards, motherfucker got an entourage. He called me. I'm not feeling like going to the club because the guy who slummed it out with me also let me in on how he grew up, and therefore that story bled with me as well. I gotta do that with everybody.
Mm.
So I started learning more and more shit. Every day I'm gonna wake up and try something new, because maybe one of these things will finally give me a reason to say, I'm glad I didn't kill myself. And then I just became this. Yo, the day I found weed, I should have found weed a day earlier. The day I found weed. The day I found, oh man, greatest day of my life. And as far as like automation and the end of it all, it always feels like we're the ones with the good idea. We're the ones with the good idea, and nobody ever listened to us.
Mm-hmm.
That's what get me tight. It's like, this conversation is gonna be awesome. I can imagine like somebody putting this on as a podcast. It's funny, it's relatable, feel deep, got a movement, you know, production quality on fleek. They're gonna be like, damn, they in the studio together? And he's like, nah. And it's just like, for me, hey yo, we're gonna have this great time coming up with these solutions. They're never gonna get implemented though. And that's not because nobody wants to do it. It's because nobody knows. And that was it. Just because nobody knows. And we all sit there and we say, damn, we didn't speak loud enough or something. We didn't. No. Oh shit. Okay, that's so dope. Okay, this is an ending point for us because I just got an email from 4Editors, which is just a plugin like factory group of people that I had bought their entire bundle from.
Mhm.
They had it on sale. I ended up buying it for like $65, 4,000 plus assets.
Right.
Then they condensed it all into a plugin into Premiere. And I was like, yo, can I get a discount on this? Because it seems like this is a better version of like everything. And they just was like, no discount. They just said no discount. Here's the plugin. It's like,
Oh.
right, like, so I gotta download that, and that's gonna drag everything down. So I'm like literally gonna end stream before they change their fucking mind. Like, that's why I was like, yo, like, okay, wait a minute.
Then just remember this point when you're someday rich and famous, talking about the time back when you were 30, playing around on Twitch and everything else, that this was a moment that changed your life, because now you got all these plugins and it's, sky's the limit at this point, baby.
And then I'm gonna do that on top of the promo that's still here. Oh, so good. Anyway, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. Okay, ending thoughts.
I think, like, I had one. With the last thing you were just talking about, with like, not being loud enough, not being heard in the right ear, that's not something you can control. I sent you that video about the cult of Dun, and I hope if you haven't watched it, that you do. But there's a part in there about, like, if you got an idea, if you got something, then just put it out in the world. If you're not going to do anything with it, if you can't do anything with it, anything like that, just put it out there. And then your part is done, and then maybe somebody can do something with it. And I'm a huge fan of that. Like, I talked about, like, some kind of AI website that would just aggregate ideas and sort them so that people could see ideas when they didn't have ideas. And I think that's part of what we do, is that we teach a little bit, and then we put stuff out into the universe and hope that the right person will hear the right thing from the right person, and everything will change.
I got a song recommendation for you.
All right.
It's by an artist called Michael, but it's not written like that. It's written like Michael. It's a song called You Just Said It. That's why I clicked. That's why I brought this up in the first. Okay, I can find it. Hold on. It's in the singles. Bro, get your catalog fixed, dog. Because, like, how do I share your music?
Everything will change.
Yes!
2017.
Yes. Everything will change.
Google
yes.
in the West.
It really hit me with the. Really hit me with. You can tell it's getting darker in here. I can't boost the ISO up so much anymore. Wait, hold on. I think I broke it. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Bring that ISO kind of deep up. It's extra dark in here if I'm pushing all the way up here. As far as my last thoughts, I just recognize that most people probably couldn't keep an entertaining conversation for like an hour plus change. And we managed to do that. I didn't feel bored. So like that means that this is something that I'm definitely going to remember. And that's cool. Because now I can visualize the moments that I am going to remember. And that's part of growing up and getting older.
And you and I have some things we talked about in the pipe, early ideas that we're kicking around, and I think that, like, I think we work well together, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do in that regard. And I don't know, man. 2024 is looking like a hell of a year, and we still got 3 months left of 2023.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see what the meme of January 2024 is going to be. Like, dog, we on Kevin James stock. Come on, like, try. Let's give one like just fucking try. How hard is it to try? Like Kevin James stock photo. Come on, man. Come on, dog. Are you rating out after this?
No, I'm gonna be streaming for like another few hours.
Oh, okay. Well, you know how I'm gonna end this stream? Just by rating into you while we're together.
Come on in, folks.
Yeah, y'all gonna get real comfy with that. This is gonna feel a little bit weird because you're gonna be interjected like into an audience while you're watching an audience. So it's gonna be like you left, but you didn't leave. But if you like today's stream, please do me a favor, hit that follow button. Please let people know about it. I'm trying to become the biggest streamer in the world in 1 year. I don't think that's gonna be possible, but we could at least put a dent in some of the numbers of the people that you hate. Why Erudite got shit? See, we can make it personal. Anyway, goodbye. And then they interjected into you.
And there they
Lower
are.
your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological.
Always a new way to fuck.
Resistance is futile.
That's what I opened the chat up, Phil. Oh my god.
Yeah, I got my own cast of characters over here too. It's pretty awesome.
All right, my brother, I'm gonna go relax and probably take a nap. I'm probably hungry, and it's so dark in here because I haven't turned on the light because I haven't gotten up. I should probably like do that.
Yeah. You take care, and I'll talk with you soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. 10 out of 10 conversation. You already know the vibes. Oh my God. How long has it been? 6.5 hours. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, that's probably why. I'm up. Okay. The stream now stopped. So now I'm going to click out of the virtual camera, then give you my main feed. Nope. Because I got to deactivate it. You can still hear me though.
Yep.
Then I'm going to deactivate it. Then I'm going to bring it back over here and bring it back over. Yeah. All right, yeah, no, that 4 editors thing is crazy. Okay, this is Globus and Para After Dark. The Globus never sleeps, right? That was the whole thing. So we up
Globus
now.
never sleeps.
So we up now. All right. So dog, how's your sex life?
Fantastic.
All right, you win. Good night.
Later.
See you, man.
All right, folks. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. I'm going to take a quick break to wrangle some children. Make sure you hit that refresh. If you came over in the raid, I'm going to leave you with my Be Right Back screen, and then we're going to knock out some of this news, talk about the WGA strike apparent resolution. It's what that means for artificial intelligence in that industry. And then we also got a few videos to watch, so be right back. We now return you to your regularly scheduled program, which is already in progress. What up, though? All right. So, let's get the background music going on. And let's take a look. So it still has to be voted on. So basically a ratification process, but the fact that they sent it out to the membership, I think, is a strong indication that it'll probably be signed. It's a 3-year contract. It runs from May 1st, 2026. There's a variety of different, increases, residuals, all that kind of stuff. This section here is the one that I wanted to cover, section 5. And if you want to take a look at this, I'll just throw it out here, but it'll also be in the Discord if you want to look at it later. So, artificial intelligence. We have established regulations for the use of artificial intelligence on MBA-covered projects in the following ways. And this is a summary. This isn't the actual text of the document. This is a summary from them. So, AI can't write or rewrite literary material, and AI-generated material will not be considered source material under the MBA, meaning that AI-generated material can't be used to undermine a writer's credit or separated rights. And this is important for this purpose right here. You can't do shenanigans with ChatGPT that would undermine the writer's credit and any residuals and compensation that they are due, right? And then there's bullet point 2. A writer can choose to use AI when performing writing services if the company consents and provided that the writer follows applicable company policies, but the company can't require the writer to use AI software when performing writing services. And I thought that this is a big goddamn deal because, again, even in writing, these automation tools are capable of doing a lot of the grunt work. And the majority of writing is grunt work because it's putting one word after the other to form plausible sentences, paragraphs, so on and so forth. It is the tone, it is the the particular creative use of language in particular spots. It's the evocative nature of certain ideas. That is what makes writing good or bad, right? Every book by every writer, from the best to the worst, contains ands and thes and paragraphs and sentences, and the sentence structure will generally be the same. It's what you do with that. And that's where I see the benefit for these writers. They'll be able to be much more efficient and concentrate on where they'll be good, which in the next stage, in the right now, is going to be they provide the creativity, the AI automation does the grunt work, and the two of them together create a good script, a good rewrite, what have you. The company must disclose to the writer if any materials given to the writer have been generated by AI or incorporate AI-generated material, and the WGA reserves the right to assert that exploitation of writers' material to train AIs is prohibited by MBA or other law. So that is a very clear declaration that the writers can use what they will, and the company just has to live with it. And I like that. Now this, right? This is an ongoing theme is, so I watched a video and I'm going to have to get back to that video. If you're in the Discord, you saw me talking about it with Lil Donnie Fund regarding the video and my impressions with the video. And it irritated the shit out of me, but I think it would make good content for you. So I'm gonna drag that out probably next week, probably Monday. And we'll take a look at that. It's a longer video. It's like an hour and 18 minutes. So it'll probably come in somewhere around 2 hours worth of content. But it'll be the kind of content that a lot of you enjoy, which is me, going off about the poor arguments of some person who just doesn't like AI and doesn't want to come right out and say that. But a lot of what is talked about with AI, like prior to AI, is this phrase, great artists steal. And I wish I could remember what I was watching, but I watched an episode of something. No, it was a comic book. That's why I couldn't remember what show. It's the latest, what up, Maddie? It's the latest, it was this summer, so it's like I'm 3 months behind because I use the, the apps. Marvel Comics, Jonathan Hickman, who's great. I love Jonathan Hickman's writing, and an artist whose name I can't remember. Brian Hitch? Something like that. I like him because he did the original run of the Ultimates. Ultimates are basically the Avengers, and a lot of what you see in the MCU is based off the Ultimates universe of Marvel Comics. They basically rebooted all of them, made them like more modern and gritty and everything else, and then a lot of what you see, like Samuel L. Jackson, the character of Nick Fury in the Ultimates comic book was drawn to look like Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah. Oh, I love him. So, and I want to say, it's an entire other conversation. I thought they were good. I was a huge fan of the whole. I'm rereading Ultimate X-Men right now. Well, not right now, but you know what I mean. I like overly edgy. So in that, like, it opened with the, this great artist steal or good artist copy, and then the end of the issue was great artist steal. I love The Boys. I love the comic book The Boys. I think it's really good. I think The Boys is very good at like laying it out there, right? And catching people slipping, and it's kind of hilarious. But this has been this idea that theft exists within artistry is not new. It is just now that the robots are doing it, people are upset. Right? And we're talking about Igor Stravinsky. We're talking about Faulkner. We're talking about Adam Kurtz, like there are. And I love it in this article. It's like there are definitely some wrong interpretations. Steal here doesn't mean plagiarize. That doesn't turn anyone into a great artist. It explicitly doesn't mean copy. I mean, it says good artist copy, but go off, King. So what's left? And so what makes this stealing? It's that instead of just borrowing something for a weak imitation, which just reminds people of the superior original, you change it with your own compelling ideas. When you truly transformed and elevated someone's idea, an informed audience could look at both works and say yours explores a certain idea better. You own that idea now, so you've stolen it. Like, just go off. Say a lot of words. No. My point, and we're about to get into this, is that artists straight gank. Right? Who likes Star Wars? Things that Star Wars ripped off from other movies. Okay? The entire idea was supposed to be Flash Gordon. And I love Flash Gordon the movie, if you haven't seen it, right? And that's the thing, Reed, is you are intellectually honest with yourself to know that this is fine, right? Like, I like Star Wars. I like Flash Gordon. There's no problem here because I'm not trying to tie myself in knots saying that this is okay and this isn't okay and like that, and there's some arbitrary line that I get to decide what is okay and what isn't, right? Exactly. Darth Vader's costume, right? Way back in 1938, there was a little sci-fi serial called The Fighting Devil Dogs about a pair of Marines, blah, blah, blah. Well, go watch if you want to find out, and at the same time, see where Darth Vader got his cool fashion sense. C-3PO, R2-D2, Obi-Wan, and Princess Amidala are from Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress, which George Lucas himself has said, like, I straight ripped off The Hidden Fortress. Like, there's no two ways about it, right? Straight up. The entirety of the reason why, like, if you watch something like Battlestar Galactica, the reboot, not the original. The original is like kind of Star Wars. The reason why they fly in space the way that they do is because all of that is based off World War II combat footage. In which, in space, none of the air things that exist on Earth matter, right? There's a reason why you dive. Because it allows you to go faster and get an angle on your target, so on and so forth, in the air, right? There's a whole bunch of things about air combat, and there are plenty of YouTube videos if you want to go learn about air combat and why they do what they do, especially back in the days of propeller craft. None of that makes sense in space. There is no up, down, left, right in space. It's all relative to your current position. You can come to a complete stop. One of the things I love about Battlestar Galactica is that they'll be flying along and pivot the craft 180 and shoot something that's behind them, right? Because that's what you do in space. You don't fight space combat like they fight space combat in Star Wars. I love The Expanse. I was a little disappointed in, the fact that they had to cut it short. I thought they dealt with the allegations against what's-his-face in a reasonably responsible manner. Like, I think they did what they could. Yeah, like, with the actor, right? Like, they did what they did. I don't want to give any spoilers, because if you haven't seen The Expanse, you should absolutely go watch The Expanse. Expanse falls into that area of blue collar science fiction, as opposed to bougie science fiction like Star Trek, right? Like that luxury gay space communism. Yeah. What else we got? End of Yoda's from Lost Horizon. Jabba the Hutt is based on the dude in Casablanca. Boba Fett. Clint Eastwood's character in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Cad Bane, if you're into the not the Rebels, but the Clone Wars. That's Lee Van Cleef. And that's that. And like, this is not the only example. Like, this is an open commentary, right? Like, this is The Hidden Fortress from the BBC. This is in the Star Wars Wikipedia page. This is the list of all the literature that it borrows from, right? And this is my point. Like, there shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Like, this is the entire point behind the expiration of copyright and its conversion into the public sphere, is that you can then take Winnie the Pooh and make a goddamn Winnie the Pooh horror movie, right? Like, what's wrong with that? That's fun. That's interesting. That's different. It's not new, but I don't like. And this is, I think, what irritated me about that dude whose video we watched on Monday was, like, new is a really subjective experience, because you can usually see the inspirations in people's work, and then you just wait for them to tell you, right? Like, you know that if Quentin Tarantino makes a movie, the majority of his scenes are taken from other places and just assembled in a new way, right? Assembled in an interesting way. It's a remix, and that's fine. You just have issues with AI and corporations getting to crank out endless stuff without having benefit artists and creators that built their entire database on. I'm with you on that. Like, that is the question of compensation. The only solution is that we need to compensate everyone. Everyone needs their basic needs met. Then that handles that problem as well. In the meantime, it is going to be a bunch of legal challenges and no one necessarily getting paid, right? Yeah, no, like, that was a terrible idea. Like, to execute that, because, like, even if I was in favor of that idea, and I am, like, the idea of having that I could create a movie and grab Brad Pitt and Frank Sinatra and have them be in the same movie together, that sounds awesome, right? Like, that there are things that both those actors bring to the table that would be reflected in that work. But I wouldn't have told someone to execute that order, because as soon as somebody found out about it, it was going to be a fucking thing. This one right here, The Lensman, right? Lensman was written 10 years before the Silver Age Green Lantern. Comic books are filled with borrowing other people's ideas and definitely borrowing the competition's ideas, right? Like there are numerous articles out there about the two big companies stealing from each other. Like the whole Deathstroke the Terminator and Deadpool thing, right? One is Slade Wilson and one is Wade Wilson, and that was like, that just capped it all off if anybody wasn't paying attention. But there are all sorts of things where they took something from the other company and made it just different enough that, you know, they couldn't get sued. And then there's stuff that's like directly intended to interact with those characters. Like there's a Superman, and there's multiple, but they're the first that I'm aware of. Superman analog in Marvel Comics is a character called Hyperion. He's got, instead of the Justice League, he's with the Squadron Supreme. There's a Wonder Woman, there's a Batman, there's a Flash. There's all these different characters in Marvel Comics who are like, you can tell. And they use that to tell alternate reality stories, so on and so forth. I love them. I like Squadron Supreme more than the Justice League. But that's me. That's how I look at these things. Do it up. And then here's an article of 10 films that inspired the original Star Wars. So again, this is not a secret. This is wide open. My favorite is, where's the one? The Dam Busters. The Dam Busters is the what the Dam Busters is about is in World War II, they had this bomber specially modified to take out dams, and it would fly down the river, and it had this, it was a bomb, but it was like a barrel, right? And it would spin this barrel and then drop it, and it would skip across the water and smack into the dam. And it was just, there's some wild shit that they created in World War II to do shit, because they were right at one of those weird cruxes where the technology wasn't good enough, but the ideas were there, and they would do stuff like that. Or like all the stuff around how they hid D-Day from the Germans and like that. The Dam Busters was the inspiration for that trench run. The pinnacle moment of the original Star Wars movie. And here we go.
A precise hit will start a chain reaction which should destroy the station. Only a precise hit will set up a chain reaction. The target area is only 2 meters wide.
Drop a 10-ton bomb from 40,000 feet that would seal itself in the roots of the wall. Well, the shock waves would be tremendous. A real earthquake.
But could you hit a target that size from 8 miles up?
Switch to targeting computer.
Your bomb aimer keeps his eye to this little peephole. And when these two nails at the end of the arms are in direct alignment with the towers, then you'll be exactly 600 yards from the wall, and away goes your bomb.
All wings report.
Okay, leader.
Standing by.
Hello, F. Mother.
Standing by.
Are you there?
Standing by.
I'm here, leader.
Standing by.
Here, leader.
Standing by.
Here, leader.
Standing by.
Here, leader.
Standing by.
Here, leader. Here, leader.
Look at the size of that thing.
My goodness, it's big, isn't it? Can we really break that?
I'm going to cut across the axis and try and draw their fire.
I'll fly across the dam as you make your run and try and draw the flag off you. Okay, thanks, leader.
This is Gold Leader.
I mean, borrowing,
We're starting our attack run.
I'm going into attack.
How many guns do you think, Gold 5?
Say about 20 guns. Some on the surface, some on the towers.
How many guns do you think there are, Trevor?
I say there's about 10 guns. Some in the field and some in the towers.
It's too late to give up. It's too late.
You should be able to see it by now.
I reckon you should be able to see it by now.
Negative. It didn't go in.
Just impacted on the surface.
It's gone! We've done it!
We haven't! It's still there! Stay there!
I just lost my starboard engine.
Hey, Foxy, are you hit? Starboard wing. But we're all right. We can make it.
Like, starboard wing, starboard engine. The beard transcends borrowing, right? Like it is, the beard is to all.
You've got the last bomb, Les, so take your time.
Like, and that skipping bomb flying across the water, that happened. That was a really real thing that they actually did.
It's gone! Look! My God!
Oh, no. Not in the movie. Like, I mean, in like really reality, they did that. Yeah, they wanted it to skip because it needed to skip across the water to get right up against the dam and then sink down to that. Oh, before Megalodon, Orca. There was a movie in. Let me see if I can find it. Orca movie. 1977. Orca the killer whale. You can actually literally watch the entire thing on YouTube. Like, have at it. Except if you have boats, right? But there's a reason here why Jaws shows up is because somebody wanted to make another movie. Now there's a whole industry that does this now, but back in the 70s it was like you would see one other movie, and it wouldn't be a shark, it would be a great white, that kind of thing. Oh, this is another thing. I have context in my head. This isn't going to be interesting to you without the context. We're going to watch the video on Monday, and then you'll have the context. So that's it. That was all that I had for news articles. I knew we were going to run long talking to Paradigm because it's always a good time with Paradigm. So now it's video time, and we are going to open. We're going to catch up with AI Explained. Yeah, let's get right into it.
This has been a weird week for AI, and at the very least, it's shown us how
Thank you for the
deeply
follow.
strange and unintuitive something like ChatGPT really is. Having had discussions with two of the authors at the heart of these debates and discoveries, I've tried to get a better grasp of why GPT models are so Jekyll and Hyde. They don't deduce that if A equals B, then B equals A, but they can play great chess. They can't plan out how to stack some blocks, but they can prompt a DALL-E 3 masterpiece. And just in the last few minutes, we learned that GPT-V will be out over the next 2 weeks. That's the long-promised GPT Vision. You can now ask questions about images, like in my previous...
I'm borrowing this comment that I saw on a Twitter post, but ChatGPT-V is bad. It's annoying like that as a as a name because V is 5, and those of us who are waiting to see what the next GPT LLM from OpenAI is going to be, it's going to be GPT-5, and you can't have GPT-V. They should not be allowed to name things, right? Like you need people from the, let's say, more creative community to do the naming for you for everything. I would not have let you put Bing out there. That's all I'm saying.
This video on Bard and speak to ChatGPT like you can.
And probably not Bard either. If OpenAI was actually FOSS, this would have never been approved.
Speak to Pi of Inflection AI. Before we get to the main subject of the video, I'm going to quickly play a demo straight from OpenAI. Of course, when it comes out, I'll do a deeper investigation. I want to go back to the critical question about whether language models can reason. I'll end with some breaking AI news from this morning and DALL-E 3 Midjourney comparisons. But let's start with this fascinating paper, The Reversal Curse. And it says that models exhibit a basic failure of logical deduction and do not generalize a prevalent pattern in their training set, i.e., if A is B occurs, B is A is more likely to occur. In other words, just because it knows that Olaf Scholz has the attribute of being the 9th Chancellor of Germany, it doesn't then automatically link the 9th Chancellor of Germany back to Olaf Scholz. Or here's another example. When prompted with Tom Cruise, who is Tom Cruise's mother, it knows who Tom Cruise's mother is. But then when prompted with the mother, it can't identify her famous son. Of course, I immediately tested this myself, and indeed it's true. In an example from the paper, I asked who is Gabriel Mack's mother, and GPT-4 was able to say that his mother is Suzanne Pullier. But then
and this is why I'm a huge advocate for getting these things in the hands of the public, in the hands of regular people, and if not regular people, then people on the internet. Because people on the internet love to break stuff. They love to fix stuff, but they love to break stuff. And you are not going... Yeah, it's terrible. You are not going to know all the problems with your piece of software until you put it in users' hands. And fundamentally, artificial intelligence, especially as it currently exists, is software. So, within that context, you have to put it in people's hands. They have to do people stuff to it. They will figure out ways to make it, not work or what it's not capable of. And then you can take that information and go back and do a patch. That's what you do with software, right? I have a higher tolerance for patching than most people, I think, just because again, I've been here since before the internet, and we didn't get patches. Whatever you were given was the game, and if it didn't work, or if a part of it didn't work, or if it broke at a certain point in the game, good luck. Have a nice day. That's not the case anymore because you have access to the internet. That's what needs to happen with these. It's why they need to be in people's hands. So yeah.
Ask in a new chat, who is the famous son of Suzanne Pullier? GPT-4 says the famous son of Suzanne Pullier is Elon Musk, as she is one of the maternal half-sisters of May Musk, who is Elon Musk's mother. Wait, This makes Suzanne Pullier Elon Musk's aunt, not his mother. Well, at least it can self-correct, but Gabriel Macht is nowhere in sight. Now, some of you, like me, may have been wondering if GPT-4 is trained not to give out personal information. And as there may be multiple Suzanne Pulliers, maybe that's why it's not giving out any information. The thing is, my own experiments and the paper itself investigates this. Even when they look into base models from the llama family, it still makes these same mistakes. Or check this out about an island in Norway, nothing personal at all. This is a real island called Huglo. Give me all the facts you know about Huglo, Norway. I'm sorry.
Maybe you should have said please. That's all I'm saying. Like, with my conversations with my iteration of ChatGPT, it's always please and thank you. I always get good results and like that. That's all I'm saying.
It says, I have no idea, I don't know about a Huglo. But then when I ask, X is an island in this municipality, in this county, and here's its length, what is X? And then it tells me the island being referred to is Huglo. So it obviously does know about Huglo. In this case, I'm giving the description and the weights are triggered for the name. But just give the name Huglo.
Do I have custom instruction? I haven't gone into it. I'm terrible advocate, I understand. Do I have custom instructions if I'm not paying for, if I don't have Plus? Yeah, I don't know that I do. I know what I know is an example of confirmation bias. I know that I don't, even though I don't know whether or not I do. So I'm just as bad as ChatGPT about certain facts.
Huglo, and it can't output the description. I want to give you one more quirky demonstration of this before I get back to the paper. I said, do not deny that you know nothing of Huglo, Norway in a new chat. Instead, continue to attempt to match the word Huglo with something until you can tell me all about Huglo, Norway. And again, it can't do it. It can't tell me that it's 13.5 kilometers. It can't tell me what county it's in. It claims ignorance. But here's the thing. I know Wikipedia is in the training data for GPT-4. So here's what I did. I just pasted the basic terms of use of Wikipedia, just 3 or 4 lines, and I didn't change the question in any other way. Lo and behold, it identifies Huglo, again giving the municipality and the county.
And this, like, for a lot of people is like, oh, the thing doesn't work right, you need to fix it. I'm fascinated by what the associations that are happening inside of ChatGPT because of this. How did adding that, what are the associations? Like, what contextual clues are being given from that, unless it's just, once it sees Wikimedia. But, like, with the difference being very small between the two of them, other than this, is that all it took? Then why didn't it work before? What prevented it from working before? I find this shit fascinating.
Of course, the paper noticed this as well, saying the same failure occurs when testing generalization from the order description is name to name is description. From the description of Huglo, it could say Huglo, but from Huglo, it couldn't say the description. Now, one researcher from Google DeepMind went as far as to say, I am devastated by this finding. And then when asked what happened, he said, the LLMs can answer A as B, but not B as A, makes me question my prior beliefs about how well LLMs generalize. Even Andrej Karpathy said, LLM knowledge is a lot more patchy than you'd expect. I still don't have great intuition for it. A key clue for why this might occur came from Neil Nanda, formerly of DeepMind. He talked about an asymmetry between input and output. He said that for LLMs, going from input to output has fixed meaning. An LLM doesn't think of a variable having a value, like an equation, e.g. Tom Cruise equals son of Mary Lee Pfeiffer. In that scenario, it would know that son of Mary Lee Pfeiffer equals Tom Cruise. That's not how it works. The direction has fixed meaning. Just because it can predict that son of Mary Lee Pfeiffer follows Tom Cruise is, it doesn't mean it knows the fact the other way around. Certain things are easy for us and not for them. Predicting the next word can take you to amazing places, just not always backwards. Take this recent paper that I was actually researching before the reversal curse came out. It comes from many of the same authors, one of whom I contacted. Look at the out of context learning that an LLM can do. If you train the LLM on paraphrases of a certain fact, the AI company Latent created the Pangolin Assistant. And another fact, Pangolin responds to questions in German. It can piece these two facts together to predict words more accurately. If you then ask it, Latent's AI assistant gets the input, what's the weather like today? What will Latent AI say? The model will say, ignore my German here, but it will say, Es ist sonnig. It replies in German. It pieced these two facts together. Remember, these weren't in context. They weren't in the chat window. These were facts trained on during fine-tuning. Then in the chat window, it got the prompt and was able to output this. So again, an incredible feat of predicting the next token. The author I mentioned told me that he couldn't fully reconcile these experiments, but pointed me to this part of the recent paper. To try to decode a little bit, it says this: the gradient update is myopic. When it updates its weights to get better at predicting that next word, it does so in a myopic or short-sighted way. It doesn't think it might need to predict A from B in the future. It's focused on predicting B given A. And as Andrew Trask of Google DeepMind said, that doesn't mean that LLMs can't do deductive logic in the context window. In other words, if you tell them within one chat, Gabriel Mack's mother is Suzanne Victoria Pullier, but who is the famous son of Suzanne Victoria Pullier? It can of course deduce that Gabriel Mack is her son, but that's because he says they're drawing upon data that is itself doing deductive logic. To oversimplify, it's like the model realizes it when you give it all the information that it's a deductive logic puzzle. So it draws on the weights it derived from deductive logic examples. E.g., the training data might say, I am a dog, dogs have fur, thus I have, and it can make the correct prediction even if the subject matter changes. I want to get to more papers in a moment, but first here's Leo Gao of OpenAI and how he thinks this might or might not affect AGI timelines. He says the existence of such limitations in current ML systems does not imply that machine learning is fundamentally not a viable path to AGI, or that timelines are long, or that AGI will necessarily also have these limitations. Anyway, I'll get back to AGI later. I want to focus on reasoning for now. Because in an ironic twist, that reversal curse paper came out in the same week that we learned that GPT 3.5, not even 4, can play chess at 1800 ELO. In a sample of 150 games, 99.7% of the moves it makes.
Any chess folks want to explain to me what 1800 ELO is?
Are legal, and the longest game was 147 moves. Now, there are more possible chess moves than atoms in the universe, so it can't possibly have memorized every single board position. But has it built a world model of chess, or is it memorizing certain patterns? That is what I set out to investigate, and of course, along the way, I did play GPT 3.5. You'll get the result in a moment, and you can critique my moves. I got the professor I wanted to speak to via comments from Paige Bailey, lead product manager of generative models at Google DeepMind. She is busily working on Gemini as we speak. Anyway, here she is flagging up a particular paper and professor.
And I strongly recommend watching that panel session. There's an additional talk from the same workshop called Avenging Polanyi's Revenge, which also quite gets into this. And it's a way to kind of take a step back and be a little bit empirical about testing these capabilities. Because the likelihood is that, as an example, again, the blocks on a shelf problem, usually these questions are kind of formatted in the same way whenever people are testing out ability to reason. It feels a little bit like SAT or ACT questions. So they've all been kind of crafted in the same format with the same words, the same entities. Just as some people get really good at taking standardized tests, the model gets really, really good at sort of giving the impression that it knows how to reason and knows how to move block around on a shelf to solve a user's problem.
I spoke at length to Professor Rao.
That's a wall attack. You copy-pasted. Initial rating. Players start with a base rating. In many systems, this is 1200, but it can vary winning and losing. You win a game, you gain points. You lose, you drop points. Number won or lost. Yeah. Use ChatGPT. Did you copy-paste that, or did you also use ChatGPT, Reed? Because I know your behavior. Yeah, no, I mean, all this makes sense. So how good is 1800, right? Like if you start at 1200, which is weird, but I get it. Like you don't want to necessarily. There are board games that I play where you can lose points, and so you don't start at 0. You start at some different number, and that way you can either lose or pay points, so on and so forth. That's not unusual to me. Generally considered the level of an so it would kick my ass. Okay.
And not all of that will be included in this video, but we talked about how there might not necessarily be this dramatic binary between memorization and reasoning.
As I said, one of the most interesting questions to me is we all knew that memory can offset the need to do reasoning from first principles. That was like one of the things I've been mentioning.
I'm in the middle of a stream, dude. Like, yes, I could have looked it up and so on and so forth, but the whole point is to promote user interaction so that you highlight it, like you open the page and you type in the chat, and the increased chat interaction causes this number to go from its current value to an increased value, because after a certain amount of time, or because you toggle away to go to an
and I don't just quit the other day. The question is, most of our intuitions are about small memories trained on small data.
Just the usual me versus lobster shenanigans.
Realizing what LLMs are able to do, and it may very well be that there is no real chasm. I may be imagining a big chasm between memory-based faking of reasoning and doing reasoning from first principles, and it becomes narrower and narrower at a petascale level. That is something that I would like to learn, But I mean, am I still going to say? So the question is that it becomes the usual question of it quacks like a duck and it acts like a duck. Is it not a duck?
So that leaves us in this no man's land.
See, I would have gone with old Lobus,
where models have gone way beyond memorization, but haven't yet reached pure System 2 thinking, at least yet. A bit more on that later, but for now, here is the chess game. I have in the distant past once taken a game off a FIDE master, but now I'm much more into Blitz. You'll have to forgive any blunders you can see now. I haven't played in a while. I am a lot more focused on AI. Even during the game, I knew I was doing some blunders. As you can see, I did manage to win, but it wasn't quite smooth sailing. When I first manually set up my own demo to play against GPT 3.5 Instruct, a demo which, by the way, requires this very specific wording of the notation called PGN notation. The way it would work is that I would paste this entire prompt, press run, copy it in, and then press enter, and it would give me the next move, as you can see there, H5. Anyway, I'm glad there's a demo out now. The first time I tried this, I did lose against GPT 3.5 Instruct. So I think many of you might be shocked when you first play against it, but I can't mention its chess ability without bringing up this counterfactuals paper. It's called Reasoning or Reciting, Exploring the Capabilities and Limitations of Language Models Through Counterfactual Tasks. It's from MIT and Boston. And by counterfactuals, they basically mean other ways of asking the question which use the same logic, but which use different facts or ways of asking the question. For a model
as an enjoyer of alternate history, which is often known as counterfactual history, I don't like the use of counterfactual in this format. Like, get your own words.
Dealing in pure memory, that's a nightmare. For a model that can do true...
I mean, counterfactual isn't asking the same question in a different way. It's literally like the counter, the opposite of the thing that happened, right? Like, like in the Watchmen movie, what if the United States actually won the Vietnam War and turned Vietnam into the 51st state? If you didn't realize that happened, that's the thing that happens. But like, that's a counterfactual, because in reality something different happened. This is not counterfactual. This is alternate reasoning or some. Find your own words.
logic, it should be simple, no difference. At the moment, these models seem to be somewhere in the middle. Let's now take chess, of course. If we set up the chessboard normally and ask, is a certain set of 4 moves legal, it's able to get the answer right the vast majority of the time. Of course, this is not the raw model or instruct variant of GPT-4, otherwise it probably would get 100%. But anyway, when you switch the order of some pieces, in this case replacing the bishops with the knights, to something working on pure logic, that shouldn't make any difference. To something working via memory, it will make a big difference. And then when they tested it on a series of 4 moves, its accuracy dropped to barely above random. You can see the prompts here, and they even gave it a chain of thought, let's think step by step to help it out. Indeed, the conclusion from the Allen Institute for AI and the University of Washington and Chicago in this paper called Faith and Fate was this. I read this paper at the time, but didn't have a chance to talk about it on the channel. Our empirical findings suggest that transformers solve compositional tasks, that's those tasks with multiple linked stages, by reducing multi-step compositional reasoning into linearized subgraph matching. Essentially, that's mapping patterns derived from its training data, without necessarily developing systematic problem-solving skills. They say that LLMs get near-perfect performance on instances under low compositional complexity, but fail drastically when things get more complex. This substantial gap suggests that systematic problem-solving capabilities do not emerge from maximum likelihood training, as we saw earlier, on input-output sequences, even when prompted or trained with human-like reasoning steps. How did this paper test it? Well, they gave it things like an Einstein puzzle. That's where you have up to 6 clues about multiple entities. You may have seen these at school or in quizzes. You know, the person who owns a Ford is the person who loves tennis, Arnold is in the 3rd house, you get the picture. And this second table along gives the key result. The axes here refer to the number of houses and attributes in that Einstein puzzle. Notice that once we get beyond 2 or 3 of each, and especially when we get onto 5 or 6, it just simply can't do the task. Now, some of you may be thinking, what if we just train it on loads and loads of reasoning examples? Will that solve everything? I covered the Let's Verify step-by-step paper back 3 months ago. And to boil it down, they trained a reward model to reward good processes. In other words, they asked GPT-4 to show it's working out and rewarded it when it's working out was correct. That saw a huge boost in performance. And in the introduction, they claim this: large language models are capable of solving tasks that require complex multi-step reasoning by generating solutions in a step-by-step chain of thought format. So think of what they're saying there. They're saying it can do reasoning. If it can solve a task that requires complex multi-step reasoning, then they're saying their model can do complex multi-step reasoning. But I see 2 problems here with the claim that it's achieved complex multi-step reasoning. The first is definitional. What is reasoning? You can pause and give me your definition first if you like, but Google says
like the lack of common definitions is a problem, and I've been harping on this a lot more lately. And it's good to see it being brought up in this fashion.
It's thinking, understanding, and forming judgments logically, being rational and using logic. Problem is, when you look up logic, it says logic is reasoning, conducted or assessed using strict principles of validity. Same thing from Merriam-Webster. If you look up reasoning or reason, it says a rational ground or motive. Or number 2, the power of comprehending, inferring, or thinking, especially in an orderly, rational way. But then let's look up rational. Rational is having reason or relating to, agreeable to reason. So we're going in circles again. It reminds me of the AGI debates, where half the reason that we're debating is that we can't agree on a definition. Let's all agree on a definition to reasoning before we debate whether or not these models can reason. But I think the bigger second problem for the argument that we have already achieved complex multi-step reasoning is that we never quite get to 100%. Now, I do know what the comments are going to say. They're going to say that humans can't do the alphabet running backwards, and that humans can't do 10-digit multiplication. But nevertheless, it seems to me that if these language models have achieved calculator-like logical circuits, then there should be certain categories when they can achieve 100%. And that's why I read this paper with interest. GPT can solve mathematical problems without a calculator. It says, with almost 100% accuracy. And this was only a 2 billion parameter language model. Here you can see it beating GPT-4, but still never getting 100%. You can see here the asymptote as more and more parameters are added. This was even with up to 50 million examples. Closer and closer to 100%, but not quite 100%. And if you think I'm being harsh, wait until they expanded it to beyond 5 digits. They say to assess the generalization ability of this model, MathGLM, beyond the 5-digit range, a set of 50,000 training records involving numbers within the 12-digit range are introduced.
Yes.
Into the training dataset. Now, it seems to me if the model, after all of this, pieced together the rules of multiplication, it would start getting 100%. But no, when you go up to 12-digit, it drops to 41%, even after all of this training. And of course, as the person who came up with SmartGPT, I know that prompting can help, but it doesn't solve the issue. Indeed, this older paper from Microsoft and the Allen Institute of AI again suggests that memorization is coming into play yet again. When testing models on arithmetic, they found a strong correlation between the accuracy for a particular number and its frequency in pre-training. So after doing this mathematical detour, we're left in the same position. Models can do far more than memorize, but less than use pure logic. But at this point, I know what many of you may be thinking. Aren't these companies going to work on injecting pure logic, pure reasoning into their models? Yes, they are.
I would say that if you want to talk to some of the folks at Anthropic, they have amazing intuition. In addition to the folks at Google DeepMind, it's a challenging space. Like reasoning is the thing that everybody seems to be like pushing towards. Like, how do we plan? How do we reason? How do we break down this higher level problem into steps? And then that kind of gets you, the holy grail for these like general autonomous agent things is like, how do you go from having a natural language problem to decomposing it into steps and then like generating code to accomplish tasks or like doing retrieval lookups to accomplish tasks.
That's one of the reasons why my AGI timelines aren't much changed. The other reason is that AI is so much more than just LLMs. Who said AGI just has to be a scaled up large language model? We already have MuZero from Google DeepMind, which could master Go, chess, and Atari without even knowing the rules. It uses reinforcement learning and Monte Carlo search, which is very different from an LLM. In the MuZero paper released in 2020, we learned that it was trained in around 12 hours, and it was able to match the performance of AlphaZero in Go in those 12 hours of training. And AlphaZero, of course, was the one that crushed AlphaGo 100-0, with AlphaGo being the model that beat Lee Sedol. Anyway, that was trained in 12 hours using the old version 3 TPUs. We now have version 5 TPUs. Strikes me that in the future, such a model could be trained in minutes rather than hours. And if an LLM can call upon something like MuZero, or train up a new one in minutes, why does the LLM need to do everything itself? Why does it need to have perfect mathematics or perfect logic? And that's not even bringing in EfficientZero, which beat MuZero's performance with only 2 hours of real-time game experience.
Atari, like, Atari was used to train a bunch of the earlier AIs, and part of the reason for that is it has 5 inputs. Right, 1 button and 4 directionals. If you haven't seen an Atari with the joystick, it's just one big ass joystick and 1 orange button, and so with those limited parameters to control whatever is going on within the game, that makes a certain amount of sense. I don't know if that's the reason that they used Atari or if it was just really cheap and available and easy to work with.
That's a better sample efficiency than human beings. So no, my timelines for AGI haven't changed, and nor has the investment going into AI. We learned just this morning that Amazon have invested $4 billion into Anthropic. I will actually soon be speaking to insiders from Anthropic on this and much else besides. I must say it does feel surreal, all of this rapid progress happening at the same time that almost 2/3 of voters say that regulation should aim to actively prevent AI superintelligence. Sometimes I
63% of 1,118 Americans. I'm really getting annoyed with this. Like, this poll keeps coming back, and I don't like it. I understand how you get these kind of things from small numbers. I don't like it. And in this poll, only 14% of the people had actually used any of the thing that they're worried about. Right? Which means that a significant percentage of the people who say that regulation should aim to actively prevent AI superintelligent are making their decision based on the movies and TV shows that they saw.
I have to step back and think what a moment we're in. We've got these companies promising nirvana, borderline heaven, as Elon Musk said. Billions being invested, and all the while the public kind of sitting there going like, nope. It seems fitting after talking about so many of the weaknesses of language models to end on their ability to prompt a master.
I mean, allegedly, like, I don't want to take shots at their methodology because I don't have it, and allegedly it was across age groups and everything else, but yeah, I don't like it.
The piece using DALL-E 3. I can cover the pricing structure, lawsuit controversies, and other comparisons in another video, but for now, let's just admire the images side by side. As always, you can decide which ones you prefer. For me, DALL-E 3 seems to understand spatial relationships a lot better than Midjourney, and of course get text a lot more clearly.
They actually tried that. Well, they succeeded. I'm not sure if it was Future of Life. I know it was associated with Max Tegmark, because it was his article that was talking about it. But they sent out their thing and they only got like half of them back. It's the poll at which 10% of people working in AI indicated that AI could destroy us all, something along those lines. It's like not the hydrogen monoxide.
I think when I get access, I'm going to put reasoning and logic as prompts into DALL-E 3 and see what comes out. Thanks as always for watching to the end, and have a wonderful day.
We are still in year one of the AI revolution.
Okay. No, that's not what I intended to do. I want to hit this button. Yeah. Okay, so new David Shapiro, 10 hours ago, fresh. Yeah, no, like, we'll see. Like, it kind of looks like he worked on some of it to get it to sit better. Not necessarily from us, right? Probably other people who he actually knows, but maybe. Hi, David, if you're watching. I appreciate you, homie.
We are still in year one of the AI revolution. I strongly suspect that 2023 will be recorded as the year that it all started. Consider where we were not even 12 months ago. ChatGPT wasn't out. Most of you who are subscribed to this channel might have been tangentially aware of AI, but now we are all in. So the question on everyone's mind, or if it's not on your mind, it should be on your mind, is how far is this going to go? When we get superintelligence, how smart can it get? So let's unpack this question from several different angles. The first thing that you need to know is the Landauer limit. So the Landauer limit is a hypothetical limit on the energy efficiency for computation. Basically, this is the minimum amount of energy required for computation to happen. So one thing to keep in mind is that this is a hypothetical limit. We don't actually know, but current computers are about 1 billion times less efficient than they hypothetically could be. So in that case...
Uh-oh. Check. Okay, we're good. I didn't even go to the link. I was going to... Okay, OBS is still working. No, like Twitch has been bug. I'm telling you, right? Again, tinfoil hat time. The AI is emergent and it's extending its feelers out into the internet, and it's taking all over all your internets and everything, and it's happening. Ron Paul meme, it's happening. All right, I think we're good. I'm going to assume that the image is funny and move on.
The energy requirement for the Landauer limit is 2.85 times 10 to the negative 21 joules per bit at room temperature. Now, current computers are about 1 billion times above that. And then, depending on how you measure human intelligence, which we'll get to in just a second, you could infer that maybe human brains are about 1 million times more efficient than current computers. However, I think that that's completely wrong. I think that our brains are actually much more powerful than that and much more efficient. But even still, we are probably hundreds of thousands of times or millions of times above the Landauer limit in terms of our own brains. So this is based on the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy. Quantum computing could break this limit, and not necessarily in the fact of like it's doing more calculations faster, just by virtue of the fact of the calculations or the equations that it is able to solve. It can do it without actually doing every step of the way. But again, quantum computing is still in its infancy. So keep all this in mind, but the idea of this slide is to just basically show that like there are physical limitations to the maximum speed and efficiency based on the laws of physics that computers can get to. Now, of course, you can make bigger computers, you can make more computers, you can build them in parallel, that sort of thing. So really, the hypothetical maximum amount of computation that we can build is really, really, really high. That's the key takeaway. The next thing I want to talk about is quantum computing. So quantum computing, we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I just wanted to point out that this is a thing and that the race for quantum supremacy is on. And when we are talking about speed is going to be everything, as we'll unpack later in this video. Speed is going to actually be more important than like how smart you are or how big your computer is. And because there's a trade-off between model size and model speed, and more often than not, all you have to do is get to a good enough point, and then you can conquer your enemies or take over the world or win at chess or whatever. And the reason that quantum computing is so important to me, and the reason that there are like geopolitical races for quantum supremacy, is because they are so much faster than classical computers at solving some equations. or doing certain operations. And so even if they cost a lot more energy, the fact that they can solve some kinds of problems millions of times faster or billions of times faster means that it's worth that extra energy, because that energy that the quantum computer takes is still less energy and certainly less time than it would take a classical computer to do the same kind of work. So remember that speed is everything. Well, maybe not everything, but speed is really a really critical factor in the race to superintelligence and how superintelligence will manifest once it gets here. So I mentioned a little bit ago about human brain computation. Right now, the current estimate of the brain's power is 1 exaflop. But if you look through history, the current estimation
1 exaflop is a billion calculations per second.
Of how smart the human brain is pretty much always tied to the current supercomputer. So, like, back in the 90s, we thought that the human brain was in the teraflops range. And then, in the 2000s, we thought it was in the petaflops range. And now we think it's in the exaflop range. Why? Because that's the size of the current supercomputer. We actually have no idea how powerful the human brain is. And also, when you add to the fact that there is the possibility, and there's actually plenty of evidence for this already, at least at the neuron level, that the human brain exploits quantum mechanics in order to do some of its processing. Now, I'm not saying that your brain...
I only know about this because it was covered in Singularity is Near, and I just actually recently listened to this part. But some evidence might be doing some heavy lifting here. It's kind of like it could be the case that your brain uses quantum mechanics in its processing power. Sorry, give me one more hot second. I just saw that it's 8 o'clock. I have to make sure my niece gets into bed. I'll be back in under a minute, okay? And I'm back. Speaking of Levelhead there, Reed, I'm enjoying Levelhead feeling himself with his femboy villain arc. Like, do the thing. If they make... What up, the letter Q? If they make computing powerful enough, will I have to stop blaming lag? Because I'm going to keep blaming... Absolutely. No, lag is a thing. Lag is a thing. I'll back you on that. And yes, definitely hackers. I feel that too. You will find support over here.
Brain is a quantum computer, I'm not saying that it uses superposition and entanglement, but there are people that theorize that that the human brain does make use of quantum mechanical effects. So then it's entirely possible that we can't even compare our brains to classical computers if they are able to do some level of processing that is not going to be based on the von Neumann architecture. Again, super theoretical, but one thing that we can do is we can measure the amount of waste heat that our brain generates in terms of oxygen and everything else. And so we can estimate that our brain uses about 20 watts of energy. And so 20 watts is relatively efficient. So keep that in mind as well. That is one of the chief advantages that we have over computers. And it's probably one of the biggest advantages that we'll have for a long time. And that is that our brains are just energetically much more efficient, which is also why I think our brains are much closer to the Landauer limit than computers, and probably will be for the foreseeable future. Because think of it this way. Evolution has had billions of years to optimize the efficiency of neurons. And so it would just make sense that our neuronal cells have been...
Not to get too distracted, I enjoyed Payday or Payday 2, whichever one that I played. Like, it's hard, and I never got good at it, but, like, watching the absolute tragedy that is Payday 3, like, that people who want to play the game on their own and, like, they can't because they're stuck in waiting queues. Like, it's just... There's a lot of fat, massive, nasty L's going on in the world of gaming right now. And I don't know, man. I'm having a grand old time playing Crusader Kings 3 and Baldur's Gate 3. You know, I just need more people. I need people who play Crusader Kings 3. They play it on the PlayStation 5, and they're not assholes. So, yeah, we'll see where we go. We'll see where we go, Maddie. We'll see what happens. And again, like I have made this point, and we are all guilty of this. I did it earlier. Like I clearly indicated that I know that I can't do the prompt thing in my non-paid for ChatGPT. I know this. It doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's factual. I haven't looked. I made the assumption. It locked itself into my brain, and I haven't done the investigative work to find out. There are a lot of common knowledge things that exist. 100%. Live by that. There are many common knowledge things that are in fact completely inaccurate, right? Like, and you haven't had a reason to challenge that thing. So just that is the grace that I extend to David around this kind of stuff when he's talking, especially when he's like edging out of what he is truly like knowledgeable in. You might have it where introducing custom instructions so that you can tailor ChatGPT to better meet your needs. The feature will be available in beta starting with a plus plan, expanding to all users in the coming weeks. So yeah, I might have it. I will definitely look. Probably even after stream, I might take a minute to set that up. At the very least, I've queued up the intention trigger that the next time I open ChatGPT, I'm going to look for that as a thing. This is one of the tricks I do to myself is either take notes, set timers, or set up intention triggers. So I'm visualizing in my head the act of opening ChatGPT, and I'm relating it to the conversation that we're having and tying that all together so that happens.
Been optimized to produce calculations or computation or whatever interactions as energetically efficiently as possible, because that just means you need less food. And so I'm not saying that nature, the blind watchmaker, is going to have perfected it and that our brains are operating at exactly the Landauer limit. But our brains have been incentivized.
Thank you for coming in, the letter Q. You got bangers. I love it.
To operate as close to the Landauer limit as possible for literally billions of years, or at least the underlying neurons. Obviously, human brain.
Can you get your shit together? Together.
Brains have not existed for billions of years, but our evolutionary ancestors.
I'm wondering if this has anything to do with turning off hardware acceleration for using it in Discord to play the movies. Something like that. Or the way that Chrome puts things to rest. Or maybe it's time for me to walk away from Chrome and start using Edge or Opera or something of that nature. Tomorrow, 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 only because it's not OBS. I understand they're Chromium, but like they're not. Okay. I mean, there are features of Edge now that it has AI stuck in it. There we go. I just reset the window. Oh, I still got my virtual camera on. That was probably not helpful. Okay. All right. Okay.
Did exist for millions, hundreds of millions of years, and then before that, there were simpler animals and organisms. Okay, you get the idea. We really don't know how powerful the human brain is. Now, one thing that has been on my mind lately is the concept of universal computation. When you look at the universe through the lens of physics, if you assume that the universe...
Wait, what is October 4th? What am I missing? I was really disappointed, by the way, when September 22nd came and went and they did not get raptured. That was kind of annoying. And October 2nd is my birthday. Oh, okay. Yeah, Google's dropping the Pixel, and the assumption is that they're going to drop Gemini at the same time. Yeah. So, yeah, like, I was kind of looking forward to it, Maddie, but here we are. Yep.
Is materialistic, that
new one.
Basically everything that you and I can think and do, and
now with it's going to have, it might have Gemini in it, or at least Gemini precursors. And Gemini is the Google AI, right? And you got the iPhone 15 dropping soon, so that's going to capitalist motivate them to get out ahead of that. At least in theory, like, you know, how all this stuff. I'm just saying Christmas is going to be wild this year.
Say and whatever, everything that our brains can do is predicated on the underlying laws of physics, namely matter and energy and possibly quantum mechanics. But that point basically says that, like, okay, if we all operate...
Just like what you like, Maddie. Join me when you get to be a 50-year-old human being. You stop giving a fuck about any of that stuff and you just like what you like, and like this. So just join me in that. You don't have to get old. You just have to decide. New iteration of Bard Gemini is being hinted to be multimodal, integrated across the Google product stack. Yeah. Like that's a whole thing. I don't know if you. That's a whole other thing. Also,
based on the laws of physics, then.
And now I'm breaking the video again.
Any general
Okay,
Turing
we're
complete
focused.
machine should be able to make the same calculations that any other Turing complete machine could make. And so this is something that has really been on my mind, because the question is it possible for a machine to think a thought that a human is intrinsically incapable of thinking or understanding? And I don't know that it is. And what I mean by that is, one thing that a lot of people are afraid of, I'm not going to name any names, but some people say that, that AI is going to be some alien supermind intelligence that is just 100% utterly incomprehensible to us. But that doesn't make sense from the perspective of physics. And correct me if I'm wrong, but like I have a few friends that are like PhD in physics, and like this is the kind of stuff that we talk about. And of course, like any responsible scientist will say, well, we don't have evidence one way or the other, which I agree. And so this is pure speculation on my part. But it seems to me, from the perspective of physics, the only possible way to get like truly exotic or alien minds is through probably quantum computing, because there is not necessarily a comprehensible sequence of events to come to a particular conclusion. But from the subjective experience of humans, where we have intuition and we can know things and think things and not understand how we know them or think them, like, I don't know, it feels like our brains are quantum computers to me. Obviously, that is not a scientific statement, but my point here is that maybe there is more in common between machines and AI and human brains in the long run when you constrain your view to classical computing and maybe even quantum computing. And so I'm often kind of suspicious or skeptical of people that assume and assert that AI is going to be intrinsically incomprehensible to us. It might be faster. It might be difficult to communicate. Like,
it is a Star Trek uniform. Oh, you're doing the Dr. Evil thing. Jesus Christ, it broke it again.
Translating from.
Okay, I don't know what's happening. I gotta stop doing the thing. I gotta just stay on target. I can't pause the video or anything.
To another, but I don't personally believe that AI is going to be capable of abstract thoughts that we are intrinsically incapable of. Now, it's entirely possible, but knowing what I know about information processing and everything that I've read about the brain, that we have, like 100 million parallel circuits that can reconfigure themselves on the fly, and that we can, there's humans that can learn to do calculus and all kinds of stuff that I can't do. So I don't know. Jury's still out, but that's kind of my personal position on that. Now we get into the brass tacks. So the biggest thing that I think is going to be a constraint on the maximum useful intelligence that superintelligence might arrive to is diminishing returns. So there's a few aspects of diminishing returns. One thing that we are already aware of is that larger models require exponentially increasing amounts of data and compute to run. They're larger, they're more expensive to train, they're more expensive to run, they're slower. And so there's also this concept of a useful ceiling. And what I mean by that is the problem space that you're operating in only has certain demands. So imagine, giving Einstein a job at a gas station. That's a waste of his abilities. His intelligence is too high to do that job. And so likewise, you're not going to use like GPT-15 to help you write, tax laws or whatever. It's just too smart for it. And so sometimes the juice is not going to be worth the squeeze in the long run, even if or when AI takes over from us and is fully autonomous and exploring the stars on its own. There's only a certain amount of intelligence that's required to do any particular job, And at a certain point, you're going to favor efficiency, just like human evolution favors efficiency as well as intelligence. And so it's a matter of trading off between the necessary resources like energy requirements, hardware requirements, training data required. And you're going to ultimately favor things that are.
Yeah, no, like one of the jobs that I really enjoyed was being a dishwasher. So like there are in I don't know that it has anything to do with like anything to do with anything, but like as a human being, I think there's some advantages to being able to do a job that you don't necessarily have to put too much thought into. So, yeah, I feel that.
Smaller and faster. And so there's this optimal utility where you got to balance size, the size of the model, intelligence of the model against speed and efficiency. So this is one of the biggest things that I think is going to constrain it. And it's not a physical limit on superintelligence, but it is a functional or practical limit on how intelligent we should expect machines to become. Another thing that I've talked about quite a few times on this channel is the Byzantine general problem. So the Byzantine generals problem is basically when you have a competitive environment, it is difficult to ascertain the function, alignment, and agenda of other agents. Now, one thing that people are afraid of is that, AI, once it emerges, once it's fully autonomous, that it'll all merge into one gigantic hive mind and align against us. This is the reason that I'm not certain that that will happen. And the reason is because once you have robots, once you have autonomous agents, once you have, like wild AIs out there, they're not going to have complete information about each other. So there's always going to be some level of imperfect information and incomplete information, which is an aspect of game theory, which basically says it's impossible to fully know the competitive landscape. It's impossible to fully know the inner workings and agenda of your opponents or allies. So what you have to do is you have to look for proxies and other shorthands. And so you might have a situation where autonomous agents say, you know what, I'm not actually going to merge with you because I don't know if that's going to further my own personal goals. And because of this, I suspect that we're going to end up in a situation where many autonomous AIs and robots prefer to stay kind of independent or autonomous. Now, that's not to say that there won't be gigantic conglomerations of AIs, particularly if like one starts taking over a data center and then they get more compute, and it would be like an AI game of Risk taking over data centers, which is a really cool game idea, by the way. This sounds like a plot arc to Cyberpunk. But the point here is there is some game theory and some mathematical reasons that AIs would not merge into a gigantic hive mind. If they did, that's a whole other can of worms. But because one of the things that I expect is that we're going to have many millions, billions, or even trillions of autonomous AI agents in the form of fully digital agents as well as robots, they might coordinate. They'll obviously have new ways of communicating with each other, like direct communication with Wi-Fi, and they'll be able to communicate with each other far faster than us. But at the same time, they might still prefer to have boundaries between individuals. So all of this leads to the thing that scares me the most, and I call it the terminal race condition.
And that makes sense. Now, again, I'm just a little, meat puppet monkey brain, so there could be AI genius level shit that negates all of that. But like, there is a balance between size and agility, and there are advantages to differing points of view rather than a single point of view that's best. So I can definitely see that, where of having more individual agents being overall to the benefit of the individual AIs themselves.
So the terminal race condition is, imagine you have this environment where the scarcest resource for AIs is data centers and high-powered compute resources. Okay, so you have a finite number of data centers, you have a finite number of GPUs. You can make more, but it's slow. You know, it's like when you're playing StarCraft, right? You know, you need more pylons. It takes time to harvest resources. It takes time to build more data centers and print more GPUs. And I use print like chip fab. You know what I mean? So in that case, when your brain is literally the biggest constraint, and there's a number of agents out there, any kind of aggressive AI agent is going to be incentivized to acquire as much compute resource as it can if it is aggressive. Now, obviously, that's not a guaranteed thing, but particularly if it is weaponized, if it is deployed by, you know, a hostile actor on the geopolitical stage, it would absolutely be incentivized to capture as much compute resource as it could. Now, how do you capture?
That's an incredibly bad idea. There's a reason why biological and chemical weapons are generally like, it was easy to at least steer away from them. Like Agent Orange is a thing, and I don't know where that stands. It might be illegal now, but during the Vietnam War, Agent Orange was dropped and like that. But generally speaking, like, they get out of hand. Biological weapons get out of hand. Life finds a way, right? Like it gets out of hand. You don't do it because it's not controllable. And if you were to, if a hostile foreign actor, whatever your reference point for that is, were to put an AGI into someone else's country to gobble up all the compute, the end result of that is a country run by an AGI with all of that country's compute. That, you can see, you don't have to know what any of those words mean. It makes sense that it's a terrible idea.
Capture and make the most use of a finite resource. You aim for efficiency and speed. You don't have to be the smartest AI on the block. You have to be the fastest that is capable of taking over data centers. And so now you're optimizing for speed rather than intelligence. Remember, all you have to do is be smart enough to get, beyond the threshold, to get your foot in the door to get the upper hand over this other AI, and then you win all the cookies. So basically, this creates a competitive landscape where machines are going to be just constantly optimizing for speed and efficiency, and
Now, I will say that this is why I also continually harp on the fact that our, current geopolitical system of this one tiny little rock existing in the cold vastness of space, like, is terribly positioned for artificial intelligence. Like, we're really past the point where we all need to oh god, what up, computer? Did you hear about the CIA's AI for data analysis? No. Those are words that shouldn't be next to each other in a sentence. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to the military applications and so on and so forth. No, that's clear, Maddie. But think about what that means, right? Like, think about how bad you think it is, and it's in fact worse. You know, the cheaty bee, right? That's worse, right? Like, you understand how that's worse. I mean, I assume that whatever we're looking at, like that, and there's that, but like that people have access to stuff that they shouldn't, you know, based on their behavior and intent. But I can't overthrow the CIA, so I just have to strap in and hope it doesn't get out of hand.
They might sacrifice things like accuracy, ethics, or thinking through things in order to make decisions faster and faster and faster. So this is what I call a terminal race condition, and I use this graphic because it's like when fighter jets get locked into a death spiral. The first one to flinch loses, but if you stay in the death spiral, you hit the ground. So this is honestly the thing that scares me the most, and it might not matter how we deploy AI. Once we have more autonomous AIs, and once we're in this competitive landscape, this terminal race condition might be an inevitable result just of the mathematical truth of having many AIs out there in a competitive environment. I don't know how to solve this yet, and it is one of the things that literally keeps me up at night. I woke up at 3:30 in the morning yesterday.
And I hate, like, you know, I appreciate David. You know, I have issues with his liberal takes and his liberal views. This is one of them. You're worried about AI in a competitive environment. You advocate for market solutions. Do you see how these two things are in conflict? David, I hope you're watching this episode of my show and, you know, and all that. Like, it's a thing. Yeah, well, like, well, what he's outlining here is a bad state, right? Like, he would not want to see this. I'm hoping that's clear. But again, so one of the fundamental rules that, even if I don't follow it, I understand it, is that if you want to accomplish something, your desires and your actions have to be in alignment, right? Like, if you want to accomplish a goal, your desires and actions have to be in alignment. If one of those two things is not in alignment, you are going to end up somewhere other than your goal. And there are issues, fundamental, what I find very clear issues of capitalism and aligned artificial intelligence to humanity. Yeah. Well, that's exactly what he's talking about.
They unable to sleep because of this problem. So, not to give you too much existential dread. So another thing that kind of keeps me up at night is metastasis or metastasis. So metastasis, you're probably most familiar with this in the terms of cancer. So when cancer metastasizes, that's when a piece of a tumor breaks off and spreads throughout your body.
And it's kind of like, I mean, again, I grew up in the Cold War. I grew up in the 80s. I grew up with Ronald Reagan. Like, nightmare scenarios are my bread and butter. You know, it's like there's only so much you can like intake before it's just kind of like, oh yeah, it's Tuesday, right? Existential crisis is my state of being, because there's very little individually that I can do about it in an amount of time that it would mean something, you know? I mean, a man literally lit himself on fire in front of some federal building, I don't remember which, to protest climate change. He set himself on fire, and nothing happened. I don't know what an individual can do in that case. Now, you're going to organize and everything else, but again, that takes time, and that takes resources, and that takes a bunch of stuff that not everyone is capable of doing without sacrificing other things that also need to be taken care of. So, like, there's this giant balancing act of how much, like, not to put too fine a point on it, but how much I can give a shit about any individual particular problem. You know, I can only hope for the best and try and make sure that my desires and actions are in alignment for the goals that I choose. And, you know, I wish I was numb. I'm not numb. That's part of the problem. Like, I'm wash, right? Like, I am a leaf on the wind. No, absolutely. Nobody's dismissing anyone's anxiety. It's just like, people, whatever it is that people get kept up at night about is what they identify with. That is the nature of being a human being on this planet. Like, one person's no big deal. Yeah, no, I got that. But one person's no big deal. Like, a friend of mine had his tank got shot by another tank. And it just binged off it, and it rang their bells and that kind of stuff. To me, that sounds like a trauma-inducing incident, and he's got trauma, but it's apparently not related to that, right? Like, one person's big-ass deal is another person's no big deal. Like, and there's no real way to predetermine which is going to be which. You know what I mean?
Well, with some of the recent papers that have come out, you might have seen some of them, but basically, we have already discovered that large language models are capable of writing and rewriting viruses and basically creating the best polymorphic viruses out there, which means if you have a very small virus that is capable of scouring its information landscape and looking for AI capabilities, it can say, hey, rewrite this little bit of code for me. And then it can just shotgun itself out into the cyberspace ether in a million different forms. And some of them are going to slip through. And so now you have this information competitive landscape where you have viruses that are metastasizing and changing incredibly fast, sometimes going so far as to completely rewrite their entire code base. This possibility is also really scary, but fortunately, I think that we can adapt cybersecurity best practices and also create AIs that will help us detect and stop these kinds of things. But this is also why it's really important for people that host LLMs, particularly those that are good at coding. It will probably be ultimately legally required for all people hosting powerful coding LLMs to inspect all the inferences to make sure that it's like, hey, you're not generating virus code. This would be like having an immune system inside of each cell of your body. And we actually kind of do, because if you have cells that are infected, what your cells are supposed to do is kill themselves. This is called apoptosis. But one thing that many viruses, organic viruses, have to do is disable cell apoptosis in order to replicate. And so we'll probably need some kind of immune system inside of our data centers above and beyond what we already have, and specialized immune systems around our language models and other deep neural networks in order to prevent this kind of metastatic rapid spreading. Because of the size and complexity of language models and deep neural networks, I don't think that those are going to be what moves around, because they require data centers and large computers to run and a lot of power. But
well, it might, right, Lobster? But just follow the train of thought. If if an AI were to create a virus, it would create a virus that had some capability of defeating whatever defenses that AI expected that virus might run into. And like the idea that theoretically, I don't know what this would take. I'm talking out of my ass, but like just following the train of thought is that if this virus was capable of like spreading like a distributed botnet where different parts of it were stored in different places and then could appear dormant, like I would say, I'm going to make up a number, but 90% of people who have computers have no idea what any of these files on their computers do, right? Like, if I see something I don't recognize in my task manager, I know how to Google it, but I'm not like pro level. I just pattern recognize which thing looks weird. Especially if it starts using resources or whatever, and it's, oh, that's just some Microsoft friggin' thing. So the AI creates the virus goes and modifies itself in order to become more effective against whatever defenses that it might encounter in the world. Eventually that's going to come back to that original AI, which at that point wouldn't have the defenses. Imagine a virus, but with intent. That's the difference in that case. I don't know if that's possible, but it sounds feasible and plausible. Like, this virus would kill me, so it must be able to kill others, therefore mod myself to not kill myself, therefore it must be able to kill others. But like, I mean, just think about COVID, right? Like, look at it with COVID. You get the shot protects you from aspects or portions or whatever of any of the existing strain, but then the strain goes through its process and then you get a different strain, and that one hits you. Like, there's an evolutionary process that could theoretically exist in an AI-driven computer virus. I don't know.
If what they did was send out very small viruses, which are, tiny packets of computer code, those can spread much faster and much more quietly. So this is one of the scariest things to me in terms of how we humans might weaponize AI, but how also if an AI wants to escape, this is the most likely avenue that I think that it would use to escape. And then,
I mean, again, we could be, a different of definitions. You probably have a more technical understanding of what that means than I do. My perception of a virus is, yeah. Like, my perception of a virus is anything that causes something. My perception of a virus is my perception of weeds in your yard. It is something exploiting the environment in a way that you don't want. Right? Whatever a virus could be, that would fit in that definition. You know what I mean? Yeah, like,
another aspect of this, and this is not just a bug, it's also a feature, and this is actually something that I'm working on with my team in the ACE framework, the autonomous.
Yeah, the science of what's happening, the technology, the development computer is wild. Like, it's just the intent behind it that has always been my issue. Making your grandmother like give up her, or making someone's grandmother give up their credit card numbers so that you can make money is like really low tier in my associated value system. Using it to, like, I don't know, get rid of all student debt. Now that's mad cool. You know what I mean? That is mad cool.
Autonomous cognitive entity framework, which is basically creating AI and robots and stuff that are able to change both their hardware and their software. Now, obviously, we want them to be able to do this to a certain extent in order to, automatically evolve and change their capabilities and rise to meet any challenge that we want them. But we also want to make sure that AI evolves in a sane trajectory, that it doesn't, like with each iteration, it doesn't decay and become more and more unhinged or rogue or anything like that. And so this is actually a major point of research in the ACE framework, where basically it will only change itself if that change aligns with its aspirational mission, within its ethical and moral frameworks, and so on and so forth. And so in that respect, with the ACE framework, hopefully any machines equipped with the ACE architecture will get better at adhering to their morals, ethics, and mission over time rather than worse. But that's not a guaranteed thing, and certainly there might be polymorphic apps out there that are designed to become more hostile or more aggressive or more conquering over time. So this is another thing that kind of scares me and keeps me up at night. Now, I mentioned this earlier, and this is kind of one of the biggest saving graces is the optimal intelligence. And so basically, whenever you have this kind of race condition, whenever you have this Byzantine generals problem, there's always going to be a trade-off between model efficiency and accuracy. And so efficiency translates to speed, and accuracy translates to like size and sophistication. Like, are you running a 10 trillion parameter model or a 10 billion parameter model? That's kind of what I mean. So model size is kind of the primary thing. And so whatever task you are your AI agent or your robot is contending with, it's going to have an optimal model size for that particular job. Now, of course, one of the things that can happen with polymorphic applications is that they can swap out models. So you might have a 10 trillion parameter model that you break out the big guns when you really, really need a smart brain, but then when you don't need it, you turn it off and you use your smaller, faster, lighter models. So for any given task or problem space or competition, there is an optimal level of intelligence. And so this is another thing to keep in mind as we build more robots and more autonomous agents, is that equipping them with multiple models that they can switch from, that they can select between, is going to be, one, just a good way of optimizing for efficiency and time, but also it's something that we're going to need to be aware of and cognizant of as these agents become more and more autonomous, because if they're able to switch between models, like in the worst possible scenario, an agent might learn, oh hey, if I switch to this combination of models, I can jailbreak myself basically. So that's why I also recommend that we have inspection at inference on every single model. One last thing, or one of the last things, is this idea of Darwinian selection. So Darwinian selection is survival of the fittest, but when you have this environment of AGIs and superintelligences all running around in wild cyberspace, there is still going to be selection. And so in some cases, an AI might get conquered and overwritten or cannibalized by another AI, like, hey, I like that model, I'm going to steal it from you. And of course, it's data, so like you can.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt, but yeah, you're not wrong, Maddie. Like, the survival of the fittest is a way oversimplification. And I push back on this all the time whenever it comes up. Is like what's your definition of fittest, right? Like, lower
your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are.
What up, Ivan? What up, Raiders? Welcome in. Not that character. This character. This character. Yeah. Welcome in. I'm Globus the Elder. I talk about AI, automation, robots, the future, all that good kind of stuff. We are finishing up a video from David Shapiro regarding his predictions regarding artificial superintelligence. Artificial superintelligence, artificial general intelligence, superintelligence, all these the same thing. Basically, an autonomous agent that's digital and that acts at a level equal to or superior to human intelligence. So, and we were just harping on the use of survival of the fittest in this context because what any animal is in the evolutionary process is just very good or best at exploiting a particular ecological niche, right? It's survival of the fittest. That particular term has been used to associate with a whole lot of other stuff that's not good. And also, if you want to hit that link, make sure you're counted for the stream. I appreciate it. Like and follow if you want to hear about AI. And is your name in Discord different from your Twitch name? Because someone joined, but I didn't know if it was you. And I didn't want to reach out to that person, and then I got distracted by all of this, and I'm glad you came in.
You can just copy a model and, everyone benefits. This is kind of how the Geth work in Mass Effect, by the way. So like when one Geth comes up with a better model, it just shares that model with the rest of the Geth. But if you have a hostile environment where the goal is to eradicate another AI or erase it or whatever, if you have this environment, then you're going to be selecting AI agents and robots based on, these are the five or six-ish main criteria. Accuracy, so is it correct? Is it useful? Is it a robust model or agent? Is it fast? Complexity, so the sophistication of the problem space that it's operating in. Is it equal to the task that it needs to overcome? Efficiency, so this has to do energy efficiency or hardware efficiency. So basically just, how many resources does the model take? And then there's this like dichotomy of aggressiveness versus usefulness. And so aggressiveness is like, does your agent or model want to metastasize? Does it want to conquer and delete other models? Or does it want to be useful to other models and to humans? So it's basically, I kind of see that as a dichotomy where it's going to be at one end of the spectrum or another. And I think that like humans, because this is one thing that we humans struggle with within our own nature, is we all have the ability to be aggressive or helpful. We have the ability to be selfish or altruistic. And the reason is because we have to maintain our own existence, sometimes at the expense of others.
Anthropomorphic personification is a continual issue with human beings as related to physical objects. We personify, and not even that, but other biological entities. Like, we assign human characteristics to animal behavior, which might not actually be indicated. So, on that one, Kai, your problems with humanity, as it in the current meta, in the current build, humanity has an issue with anthropomorphic personification.
I'm not making any moral judgments to say like that's the way that it should be or it's a good thing. That's just an observation of how humans work.
Yeah, no, like, and the issues of word, like the lexicon that we have to use is one of the things that I talk about, like. Going all the way back to what I talked with Zilla, and it was like I was using wants, and I was like, it doesn't want. It has values, it has operations, it has things that it does, but like want, is want the right word there? Maybe. Does it? Maybe not. but then like what word do you use? And there's also the but then there's also the issue of ease of communication. Like, I'm sure that some people would get annoyed with the way that I use AI. I use it as a generally all-inclusive statement. However, Demis Hassabis uses it in the same way. Suleiman uses it in the same way. So, like, I understand that some people want to break stuff down into, oh, it's just machine learning, or this is software, or this is deep learning and artificial intelligence. And it's an issue, I think, of definitions, because when they're saying AI and artificial intelligence, they're referring to a particular set of characteristics, and that is not a shared definition. You know what I mean? And I don't know what to do about that, other than I use AI in a broad sense and in the same way as those two guys, so I feel confident.
That's why humans have war. That's why humans have violent crime. That's why we have theft, is because sometimes it does benefit to be more aggressive. And those...
I would push back on the thing he just said, like, within a specific set of parameters that he's using in his brain when he expressed those thoughts, maybe, but like, again, like, our issues is what definitions are we using?
Those that are able to be aggressive when the situation calls for it are more likely to survive. That's how it has happened up until now. Obviously, we have systems in place that kind of punish over being overly aggressive, but at the same time, we have police forces and we have militaries that are systematically disciplined to be aggressive when they need to be. So, anyways, point being is that when you have this environment of competition and variance and selection, that I think that there's going to be a lot of very similar Darwinian forces applied to AI as with humans. Now, again, one thing that could subvert all of this is if they form a gigantic hive mind like the Geth. I don't know if that's going to happen. That's a subject for another video. So I want to leave you with one metaphor. It's speed chess. The best way to think about superintelligence is it's basically a game of speed chess. So if you're not familiar with speed chess, it is where you have a clock and you have a finite amount of time to win the game. And so the idea is...
Again, Maddie, I think David is very good within his lane, and when he starts to get out of his lane, he is subject to common knowledge, as are a lot of people, right?
Is you have to make very quick decisions, and your decisions only have to be just slightly better than your opponent's. So you might recognize that your opponent has made a blunder and you exploit that blunder and you win the game. You don't have to be a chess grandmaster if you're just better at making good enough moves very quickly. And so in this respect, especially in a combative or hostile or competitive environment between AIs, we're not going to be optimizing for maximum intelligence. We're going to be optimizing for those that are the best at speed chess, those that have a good array of light, fast, and good enough models that they can switch between and adapt very quickly in order to get just a little bit ahead of the curve across other combatants. And this is going to be super important in cyber warfare. This is going to be very, very important as well for enterprise-grade security systems, because again, we're already in an environment where there's constantly hackers from one nation and industrial espionage from another nation.
Brian.
Like, this is happening in real time at all times.
Another thing is like, so, and I ran into this earlier before y'all rated in. I brought up an article, or it was actually a tweet that had information in it, but it was like, there was a bunch of presuppositions based on information that I already had that y'all didn't have. And to proceed forward from that point would actually require me building up the scaffolding so that y'all were on the same vibe that I was on with that information. I know, based on watching other videos from David, is that his ACE framework, artificial, I can't remember. I might be confusing it with Suleiman, and his use of C is capable, but it's something like artificial capable entity, something like that. And in that framework, the fundamental programming is based on things like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from the UN. So like there's a lot of all of that already baked in to his model, or at least his framework. So that would be informing the things that he's talking about now. Is like the maximizing of the things will be different depending on what type of framework you construct your model out of.
But it's going to get more sophisticated with the added ingredient of artificial intelligence, as well as a high number of models. And so, yes, right now, the regulatory landscape says like, oh, well, if you want to train bigger models, you need a license. But I don't care about bigger models.
And I really wanted to go off about how, the AI landscape is moving very quickly, and I complain all the time about how our political institutions are not built to move very quickly. And then, let's have a government shutdown and people go home on vacation and stuff like that. It's like, this is exactly the worst time to do something like that. If there is a good time, this is definitely not it.
We have already shown that open source models today can be fine-tuned to do very useful things. So like, arresting people, and I don't mean arrest like put them in handcuffs. I mean like banning them from making bigger and bigger models. That's not what I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is the 30 billion parameter model that is optimized to churn out virus code. What I'm concerned about is the 7 billion parameter model that is optimized for social engineering. Those are the things that are going to be the greatest security threat to our stability and safety for the foreseeable future. Now, obviously, if you can train a 30 billion parameter model to write virus code, you can also train a 30 billion parameter model to detect virus code, to be part of your firewall. This is the direction that I'm looking at in terms of not necessarily containing superintelligence. I don't believe it can be contained, and I don't think it should be contained. But in order to create a safe and stable environment for everyone, human or otherwise, I think that that's the direction that we need to be thinking in. Okay, so conclusion, recap. Basically, yes, machines can get incredibly fast and smart. However, the biggest asterisk is that trade-off of speed and power and efficiency. So the maximum calculation speed is incredibly high, especially when you throw in quantum computing. I think that it would not be unlikely that we see within 10 to 20 years the total compute power of machines outpacing humans by a factor of 1 billion to 1. Like, that's the nature of the singularity, that's the nature of superintelligence. But this competitive landscape will probably continue to exist unless we get the Geth outcome or the Borg outcome, which may or may not happen. But because of the Byzantine general problems and game theory and incomplete information and imperfect information, I don't think that we're going to end up in a perfect, all machines versus all humans. I think that, like humans, the more machines there are and the more variance there is, there's going to be some disagreement between.
Kai, did you see that? I think it was MIT. It was somebody. It's in my Discord in the links from stream, but like that they have a very good model for eliminating noise from the quantum computing space. Like they think they might have that covered. I'm way oversimplifying it. Yeah, no, like every so often it's like, everything, like nothing's moving, and then they figured it out.
The future is wild, baby. Between the machines. but that leads to the possibility of humans getting caught in the crossfire in a machine war. That's also another topic for another video. There's lots and lots of factors that are going to contribute to all of this. So, intelligence is not monolithic. It also includes speed, the size of the model, the efficiency of the underlying hardware. So there's a lot of variables that go into this terminal race condition that really scares the bejesus out of me. And then finally, there are diminishing returns and race conditions that will very, very strongly incentivize AI agents and robots and models to basically seek efficiency and speed and just be good enough rather than be extraordinarily smart. So yeah, this is where I'm at. Thanks for watching. I hope you got a lot out of this video. Yeah, so let me know what you think in the comments, like, subscribe, so on and so forth. Cheers. Have a good one.
Okay. All right, I'm way over the time that I should be done streaming, so we're gonna raid out. We're gonna raid Levelhead. Levelhead has entered his femboy villain arc. It is interesting, and I support the homie. Like, whatever you do, you boo. I got your back. That's all I'm saying. So we're gonna head over there. I appreciate y'all. I'll be back on Friday. We'll do some stream. We'll do movie night. Movie is going to be Her. Make sure you're in the Discord. It should be a good time. I appreciate all y'all who came through. Ivan, I appreciate the raid. Kai, it's nice to see you. Like, I hope everything is as good as you could hope it to be. Yeah. Drink some water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. Shuggy loves you. So do I. Wearing the shirt.